It's the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Being brought to you live by Berkeley.
We opened up with a shot there of Jeff Gustafson showing off the fish that was the anchor for the biggest limit caught on day number 2. We're at the 2020 Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. This is day number 3, and we are down to 40 anglers on this day. A few scenes from takeoff there, and take a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. Brandon Palaniuk adding an excellent day to himself to find himself atop the leaderboard. Carl Jocumsen taking a slight cut and pay, if you will, after day number 2. Derek Hudnell, a big rise up, and we'll get through all of these guys. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, and I'm not willing to venture a single prediction on what's going to happen today.
You know, one thing that we definitely learned last week at Lake Guntersville that we're going to definitely see here, it is hard to predict fall fishing, and it is certainly hard to predict who is going to stay consistent, because that has been the #1 problem here at Santee Cooper so far. Yeah, you wonder what's going through these anglers' minds earlier at the boat dock, at the takeoff there at the John C. Land fishing facility there. Beautiful place, incredible lake, Santee Cooper, legendary Santee Cooper Lakes of Marion and Moultrie there. And there's yesterday's leader, the day 1 leader, I should say. Carl Jocumsen getting ready to go. Bill Lowen going to be in the mix today for sure. All among our 40 who are gunning for 10 spots alone. We'll be able to go and fish tomorrow. Championship Sunday here, 7th championship of the year of this 2020 Bassmaster Elite Series season. Show you some signs yesterday from the weigh-in. Everybody waiting to see how they made it official and how they stacked up after a day that was full of surprises, to say the least. But boy, no surprise to see one of the legends of the sport shore up his position on top of Angler of the Year, Clark Reynolds.
Elite Series champion.
Exactly right. Really, you needed a fish like that, at least one good one, something over 5 pounds to get you in that top 10. And I'm going to tell you something I did notice at our weigh-in yesterday. Our guy Dave Mercer coming out firing, full of energy. Be good to have him back. Evidently, he rose up to 51% to get on that stage for Tommy Sanders. He gave us 110 by the end of the weigh-in.
Totally agree. Left nothing on the table. Dave Mercer really bringing it in his comeback day number 2 at this Bassmaster Elite Series. But there's that giant, almost a double-digit bass.
Yes.
Where the guy Dave calls the Canadian snow leopard there. Jeff Gustafson. Derek Hudnell from Louisiana making a huge jump up the stats. And one spot dropped for Carl Jocumsen after a 25-pound day number 1. But the man of the hour was this man, surprising nobody.
At Santee Cooper Lakes,
exactly right.
By the United
Brandon
States
Palaniuk with
Marine
a big one at the end of the day. And we're going to take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake. And gang, if you are just joining us here on Bassmaster Live semifinal Saturday, it has been an odd event. We have Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie, and really the most ignored lake I think we've ever had on the Bassmaster Elite Series. In the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series, there is about 2 or 3 anglers fishing down in Lake Moultrie, 60,000 acres in Moultrie, all the way up through the diversion canal into Lake Marion. And really that is where the predominant amount of our field has been, 110,000 acres up into Marion. And what's going to be interesting on this semifinal Saturday is we've seen pockets of anglers. I heard Ronnie say this in Facebook Live. When you get above that I-95 bridge, really the northwest side of Marion, that is where the majority of attention has been. That's where the majority of the leaders have been throughout this tournament. Will it hold out? Yet to be seen, but we're going to start with Carl Jocumsen right now, Bassmaster Live. This is where he started days 1 and 2. Carl Jocumsen live.
Day 3. We're in our morning starting spot. Got a lot of hope. I really need this spot to fire up. If this spot fires up, I have a real shot to win. I just know what's living in this little area. I've had 2 blow up this morning. Already a big one, but just didn't come and get it. But we've got ideal conditions right now. It's low light and I've got a little bit of ripple. So I'm going to do a couple of loops through here, just working the chatterbait right now and just keeping my eyes and ears peeled for just any fish movement at all. We've had a good blow up about 100 yards up, so we're going to work our way towards that. That cast right there caught the catfish, and day one I caught a 6 doing that exact cast right there. There's a heavy grass clump. Seems to be something about it. I've sort of located 3 areas where they school or where I can get a bite just free casting. So I couldn't ask for better conditions right now. I just need them to play the part. If they stay in here, if they decide to school, we'll give it an hour and then we'll get back up to our primary area. It would be nice to get away from here with 1 or 2 big ones.
Well, this early morning spot set the tone for an exceptional day 1 for Carl Jocumsen. It also set the tone for a difficult day 2 for him.
Exactly right, Tommy. And you heard Carl make the comment. He's going to need 1 or 2. Missed a really solid one here yesterday. But he caught 3 big ones here on day 1, and just this keeper on day 2.
I'll take it right now.
The rest of Carl's day yesterday on day 2, it was slightly painful.
Yeah. 3 more like that.
Caught a couple good fish
and
punching.
We're going to stay in the hunt.
Day 2 was just missed opportunity after missed opportunity. Here's a little keeper. This is probably mid-morning. But the thing that really went on, and we talked about it on day 2, Carl Jocumsen's area got throttled yesterday from other anglers. There was only 1 or 2 anglers in there on day 1. That was definitely not the case on day number 2. Over a dozen anglers up in Jacks Creek.
This is live. Carl hooked up now.
Not good, boys.
Oh, boy.
Catfish again.
Old catfish. God. Same cast as yesterday. Might be bigger. Where are you hooked?
But I mean, it's a good catfish.
Meaty.
That's the kicker you don't want.
Why are you doing it to me? They don't quit. Problem is they ruin the chatterbait when they do that. There you go. It's hard to handle, isn't he? Sorry, guys. Your heart's definitely not racing as much as mine, but I know I scared some people yesterday. God, there's something about that cast. It's got bait up there, there's fish. Problem is, there's some big cats up there. Let's see if the old chatterbait will still swim. Looks like it survived. That was a good bite.
What you use?
This is the chatterbait most people use. The jackhammer. It's for some reason I've thrown the whole boat in this area, and the water's got a little bit of colour to it, and the fish find it hard to find anything else. I think they really like that vibration. So that has been the trick to get them to eat, but what sucks is they're in here, they're still here, and they're just getting harder and harder to catch.
Let your AFCO taste the bait from Carl Jocumsen early on.
But conditions have changed this morning. It's a lot low light conditions. The main thing that I've needed is low light, and we've got that. Hook still sharp. It's just shad spray. She locked on.
So really the two issues
If a fish
yesterday for
trails it,
Carl, hands down, was missed opportunities, and that area right there that you're
They get up
looking at,
behind it,
it is
they get a
target
bit
rich,
of a-
but those guys around him, I mean, cannibalize that area. And here's the other thing, Tommy. The guys that come in that area, for the most part, about 90% of them have made it to semifinal Saturday. So there will be a lot more pressure in that area with way different conditions today. Not quite the best mat punching weather here today that you would want, especially with all the cloud cover that we have today.
We have less than half the field in it today, and it's going to be possibly twice as crowded in that area, or feel like it at least to guys like Carl Jocumsen.
It's so critical right now. This first hour to 90 minutes, so critical that he catches one or two like he did on day number 1.
Yeah, he's got this place to himself.
And that's the thing, Z. We talk about all the people in his other area where he's punching, but most of those guys are starting there, and that's their only gig. He's got this gig as well. So it's not like they came in on him and are ruining his area. It's a lot of people are
sucks,
just
but it's actually a good thing. It tells me that there's bait and there's life and movement still in here. The cats want to be here for a reason, and usually there's some big bass not too far behind if you can stick it out. I really wish they'd just school for me a couple times. Give me a couple shots at them.
You're definitely right on that, Ronnie. And the other side is, it's not like it's a
Scared to
secret
make
creek.
that cast. It's the catfish cast right there.
You know, where he's
See
at
if we
here
can
in
make it
Utah
the bass
Springs.
cast. Something holding them right there, that heavy.
Looking at the map, Brandon Palaniuk and Austin Felix are also in that region.
Okay.
But that area of Jack's Creek where those guys are catching them, punching through the mats, was said coming into this tournament and has been for the last, 137 years, one of the most popular creeks on Marion.
There's stuff floating in the water, so there's not much you can do. You run into it. If you touch the bottom, you get that on it as well. A little bit of floating stuff this morning.
Could be a very different day than yesterday for Carl, as you pointed out multiple times yesterday, Z. If he just catches those ones, is able to land those ones that he was not able to land yesterday, I mean, he would have still had the lead, and a good one too.
Oh, easy. I mean, he would have walked into today with a 5 to 10 pound lead, hands down, from what we saw. That he had hooked for multiple times.
Isn't it crazy how a catfish can thrash like that at the boat and not break your line, but you break it off on a 2-pounder or 2.5 pound? How does that happen?
That's a good point. Jeff Gustafson, the big fish man of the day, top man yesterday.
Was he ever?
Boy,
Yes.
giant fish caught by Jeff Gustafson. Propel him right near the top of our leaderboard there in 4th place to start today.
No boy.
I'll take some of that.
And this is the only area Gussie has. He said it was one of the most miserable practices he's ever had in his lifetime. He had, in 3 days, 5 keeper bites. I think he only caught 4 fish on day 1.
Maybe a keeper. Nope. That's the smallest one I've caught in here. Oh well.
Gotta be 14 inches
Oh,
to
he
keep.
might. We got us a keeper. 1-pounder.
Less than 1/9 of his biggest fish yesterday. That was, let's say, you got to have one more look at this giant here. I mean, this is what Santee Cooper is known for.
We don't need to measure anymore today.
It's breakfast, that one he just caught.
I think that right there pretty much 1,000% spun Dave Mercer out. But think about this. He caught that fish punching mats yesterday. Carl Jocumsen said throughout in practice in that area of jacks, he caught a 10-pounder practicing. I mean, there is giants in the area. You see Gussie right here.
So that was our Phoenix Boats Big Bass at 9 pounds 7 ounces. He had 22 pounds 7 on the day, moved from 34th to 4th place.
Would you like to see a 10-pounder hit a buzzbait on semifinal Saturday?
No, I'd hate to see that.
That'd be fun. But I don't know, Tommy. You know, it's just one of those deals when you get in here.
We're trying to keep it quiet so not to wake up the household up at the Northern HQ.
I know.
It's just a matter of keeping the voice down.
Gussie did say him and Carl shared a lot of info on the little small details in jacks that they were, you know, a lot of these fish were, we talked about it with Carl yesterday, you know, when they punched through those mats, they were catching them at the top of the mats. We're going to see a lot of that today with Gussie and Carl, knowing that they shared a lot of info throughout practice.
Well, much as we hate to take our eyes off a buzzbait operated by a guy who got an almost double-digit bass yesterday, albeit doing something a little different than what we're looking at right now. Get back to our day one leader, Carl Jocumsen, who has struggled with a catfish. Earlier today, he's got a super spot he really believes in, but it also, the presence of catfish are, well,
And that's a pike.
something you can't
And he cut me
Oh,
get
boy.
around. You know, Davey Hyde is out there. Davey's with Carl right now, and we're going to see if we can get Davey to pick up an. There he is, right, Davey. It's the frustration maybe continues for a little bit, but he can change it with a couple of swings of the rod, right?
Yeah, it's always a good thing to be around some catfish, be around feeding fish, but Carl Jocumsen really needs to get a keeper bass or two in the boat. I think it was so important for him on day one to leave here with 3 in the live well. Because when he goes to the Jacks Creek area around those other fishermen, it can be a long day looking for 3 or 4 bites while you're punching those mats. And speaking of mats, we've got a good many fishermen in that one area. Vegetation, there's probably less vegetation here than I can remember in a very, very long time. And when you get around that good vegetation, you're seeing a group of anglers. Other than Steve Kennedy down on Lake Moultrie, I think he is the wild card we cannot forget about because he has a lot of good vegetation and some trees. We saw him kind of move into the fish in the wood yesterday afternoon, and that paid off for him. So you got to keep an eye on him. I'm going to be going down there a little later, but Carl Jocumsen here fishing some eelgrass. And this place he does have to himself. It'd be real, real important for him to get a few bass in the boat, not just a catfish like he has so far.
Davey, so many of those big ones yesterday up in Jacks caught punching the mats, especially when the skies started to brighten later in the day. What is today's weather going to do to the Jacks Creek area, to the anglers that caught them yesterday punching mats?
Well, I wouldn't change the area. I think you're going to see those fishermen hunker down right in there. Maybe see a variety of baits, some spinner baits, a few more of the vibrating jigs, maybe a buzz bait, some other top waters. It's that kind of day. It was 74 degrees this morning before daylight. It's warm, a lot of clouds, very little wind. It's more of a top water, moving type bait morning, and I think it's going to be like that most of the day. So I don't think you'll see those anglers move I think you'll probably see them just adjust with the baits that they're using. But a lot of those fish, we talk about the shade and all the things that puts them under those mats. A cold front, they'll really get under those mats. But a lot of those fish just live under there. The water quality is great. There's a lot of bait fish under there. So it's not like they're going to, swim away and be out suspended in timber just because of a little change in weather. But I think they'll roam a little bit more, maybe be on the outside edge rather than back in those mats. I know Brandon Palaniuk, we saw him catch that 6.5 pounder yesterday. It seemed to be like 15, 20 feet back in the mat. They might pull out on the edges a little more. But they're not just going to leave the thing. The big thing with those guys and the ones up in the low falls areas, they're fishing primarily the trees. I think they're going to start feeling the pressure. It's just a lot of boats moving around. There's a lot of targets. But day 3 and then tomorrow on Championship Sunday, you just can't keep rotating over and over again in those couple key areas there in Jacks Creek and up there in the swamp area, Low Falls and Stump Hole.
David, we saw Clark Wendlandt and Frank Talley more or less trading laps around a very productive bunch of cypress trees yesterday. Is what you're saying that those places are just, they're not guaranteed to produce every day? Is that kind of what you're telling us?
Yeah, in the spring of the year, those places will reproduce a whole lot better than they will right now. Those fish will be moving into spawn, moving out after they have spawned, just back and forth situation. Right now, those fish have just been living there for a period of time and not a lot of new fish moving in. There again, a lot of boats in that area, a lot of boats in Jacks Creek. Utah Springs, there's probably 4 or 5 boats that started here this morning. Steve Kennedy down there on Lake Moultrie could really be a player, especially with this low light, and if the water doesn't fall, if it just stays steady, there for Steve Kennedy, look out.
Dave Mercer hitting 51% and then raising his game on stage yesterday to 110 on an energy level. Did you feel like you had it in you again to take the stage over? And is there, for everybody at home, is there a possibility you'll be back?
Well, I'll be back. I'll be out here all day on the boat. This is what I love to do. This is where I like to be. Dave's got it going on stage, no doubt about it. He can have that.
Now, you got your fastball works out. Go ahead, Z.
You talked about the X factor being Steve Kennedy down in Moultrie, and we talked about, a lot of that water willow that he was concentrating on throughout practice, had a great practice, which a lot of guys didn't. Will we see that play a lot more today with the cloud cover and possibly a little more wind?
Z, it certainly should, but what you don't know, and this is what makes Santee Cooper so unique, so different. You have so many factors. On a man-made reservoir, or, let's say Guntersville last week, the Tennessee River. You call TVA or you go to the website, you know when they're supposed to generate, you know how much they're supposed to generate, and it's pretty consistent. It's not 100%. They can vary a little bit, but it's 98%. But here you have 2 rivers, the water and the Congaree coming in. You have what they pull water into Lake Monticello on that far upper end, how much they're pulling through the Santee River, through the Cooper River, all of those things, and you just don't know. They have to predict the weather and the storms and, that delta, the hurricane, whether it's going north or coming straight across South Carolina. There's just so many things that are going on, but current is a big, big deal. Water fluctuation, especially on Lake Moultrie, is a big deal. I've been fishing here my whole life, and yesterday we put in the diversion canal. The current was as slow as I think I can ever remember. It was just barely moving. Steve Kennedy needs current, and hopefully current with rising water, and he'll have a great day if that happens.
Davey, thanks so much. Good stuff to get us started, stuff to think about all day long from the great Davey Height, Hall of Fame angler, yes. Ace correspondent on the water, and also he has some great Master of Ceremonies skills that he showed off for us yesterday. So hats off, Davey Height, as we get to our tournament leader to start this day. 4-time Elite Series winner Brandon Palaniuk has already had 1 win this season.
Well, our game plan of trying to catch a limit before the second flight blasted off didn't work. I thought that spot might just just give us a quick 10 to 12 pound limit after what I saw yesterday afternoon, but I also knew it was probably a little bit of a gamble if they'd be there in the morning. You know, it may just be an afternoon deal where they get set up correctly. Didn't catch any there, so we've just proceeded to make our way up to where we've pretty much done most of our damage, you know, at least in this area. So no fish yet, but the last 2 days, the mornings haven't been my key thing anyway, so I actually feel like the first couple hours, you know, I kind of just have a little bit of freedom to experiment in places and try different stuff where I'm not really wasting time, you know. Try to throw a couple right hooks before.
Brandon Palaniuk, from day one, he told us he's going to be on the move a little bit more than conventional wisdom would suggest here. And I don't know if he was that much more on the move, but he certainly had some terrific results both days.
No, he did. He lost one good fish yesterday on a jerkbait. Actually caught a double on a jerkbait on day one. That's a good one. Big swim bait fish here, and really watching his day yesterday.
Look at that.
We made the comment.
X-zone slammer.
You're looking at your leader, and he's really just fishing what's in front of him. A couple depressions offshore, then he goes up. He'll flip a couple key mats like this one right here, a solid fish.
Stay on there. She's still on there.
This mat right here produced one or two really big ones for him on day number one.
Yes.
And it's almost just like...
Well, X-zone, muscle back.
He's learning more about this area as the tournament goes along. There was a little bit of local pressure in here yesterday. But
I think he'll keep.
Watching him on stage, I think he loses this one right here.
Mm-hmm. Dang it.
It just looked a lot better. We said it looked a lot better on paper on stage, but it was this one right here that truly saved the day for Brandon Palaniuk.
Oh my gosh. Get in here. God. I caught my other 7-pounder right there yesterday.
You're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live. It's not like your leader's catching a dozen to 15 bass a day. He's catching 6.
Boat positioning this morning, so that'd be nice. Be able to move around a little bit more freely.
There's a look at our top 4. First look at Hudnell today.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, he caught a giant yesterday. It was well chronicled on Bassmaster.com.
He's little.
Check that out.
I don't think he'll be real close. I don't think he's gonna make it. He's gonna be short. Man, he'll be real close. Real close. Settle down, buddy. Yep, he's a keeper. Barely, but he's a keeper. We got one. I don't know where everyone's at, but we got one. We got to start. We need to get rid of him by the end of the day, but we got to start. A start.
Keeper bite right there for Brandon Palaniuk. And take a look at Derek Hudnell. He has caught some giants the last couple days here on Santee Cooper, and really said he got to lay his eyes on what he thinks. Talked to him last night a little bit after the weigh-in where he said...
I started reeling that back up, and he bit it.
It's hooked up right now.
Hooked up.
A little. That's probably exactly that fish just did that.
Tommy, I say he's catching giants, and he catches about a 10-incher right there. Not exactly the lead I was looking for right there.
Well, that's the gear he'll catch the giants with if he runs into him. Very unique guy to watch operate out there in an environment that looks very similar to what he fishes day in, day out back home. in Southwest Louisiana. Brandon Palaniuk, though, got one in the box so far. He remains our leader. Day one leader Carl Jocumsen still looking for one to get a good start. He's got to have that component, he says, to make a really good exceptional bag. Who's going to have the exceptional bags today? Well, we'll be with the top 6 all day long and many more, so don't go away on Bassmaster Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
Welcome to the weekend. Welcome to Bassmaster Live, here for the next 5.5 hours with coverage of Day 3 action from this Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Brandon Palaniuk trying to knock down his 5th Bassmaster Elite Series win. Carl Jocumsen looking for his 2nd. Right behind him, Gustafson Hudnell made big moves yesterday to join the battle as well. And Steve Kennedy, his story is unique too. We'll visit that a little bit later on. He's far from the crowds, and the crowds are there. You better believe it. A little bit later today, Brandon Palaniuk will deal with all of that. Right now, he's trying to catch a few starter fish to get ahead of the game. Today's TH Marine Weather Watch. Look at those conditions. Scattered showers. The wind, predicted to be significantly more than it has been the last couple of days.
Oh man, we got one. Even though he's not big, it feels good. Feels good to get that pressure of that first one off. Especially since I thought we'd be able to catch a quick 10 or 12 pound limit on that first stop. Just seems like the afternoon bite is so much better right now. Which is crazy because it seemed like when the water temps were cooling down and it was colder during practice, it seemed like the morning bite was solid, morning and late evening. And then as it's gotten warmer this week, it's like it's just killed that activity.
If on this Saturday morning you're just checking in on this tournament, this and 2 others in this more or less southeast swing, rescheduled from the springtime. So we are facing these lakes, these wonderful, legendary lakes, in a much more difficult state, a much harder to crack problem for these anglers this time around. It's fall transition. You do not have fish coming. You can't plant yourself where they'll come to you. You got to be a little more proactive and expect, a much slower result in terms of bites per day.
And I think, really yesterday was Fall Fishing 101 with Brandon Palaniuk, where he just, number one, fished what's in front of him, but made little subtle adjustments to put fish in the boat, especially in the morning. We'd see him switch to a swim bait, a jerk bait, a topwater bait. But like Carl, the meat that he put on the scales, that mat punching deal is what is attested to the biggest ones that both of these guys have caught really on days 1 and 2, and it's figuring out those bonus bites. And it's not like these guys are
catching about 6 or 7.
Palaniuk is just fishing deeper depressions, very close to where he's mat fishing, compared to Carl Jocumsen fishing this little spot right here outside of Utah Springs and then going to Jack's the rest of the day. It's almost like Palaniuk's just learning this area in Jack's as the tournament progresses and how to add 1 extra fish or 2 each day.
Palaniuk said he did extensive research since the Bassmaster Elite Series has not fished in the fall, and he said he's kind of put his rods away for fall to go hunting, and so he did a lot of online research to figure out how events were being competed in and where here on this lake. In fact, in all the fall events.
Well, you mentioned it when we talked to our our colleague Davey Hyde out on the water. That Davey took a turn, a necessary turn as host. But hey, everyone was delighted to see Dave Mercer also back on stage yesterday, lighting it up, and as you say, really, giving us 110%. Dave, how are you feeling today? 110%?
Oh, numbers, unimaginable numbers, Tommy. I mean, it's semifinal Saturday at the 7th stop of the season, and it's been a bizarre week, but happy to be back. And, man, Davey Hyde, as if, I said it on stage yesterday, as if we didn't know this, but he's going to take all of our jobs. I mean, really can do everything, and I'm very thankful for Davey helping out when I wasn't there. But I'm back, and I'm healthy, and it's going to be a fun day today, guys.
Well, what's your take on the different look today, different weather? This mat punching is so essential, been such an essential component. Davey gave us some hope. He said that the fish may not be biting like they were in those mats, but they'll be nearby. Do you think someone will figure that out?
I definitely think they will, and I did kind of an impromptu poll with our field this morning, and it's so different how you look at incredible fisheries. If you look at the St. Lawrence River and you look at this body of water, two incredible fisheries, both, in the top 10 as fisheries, in the world, but so different. I asked them this time around, I said, what's more important in this tournament? Is it more important to catch a limit today, or is it more important to catch the big bite? And this tournament, you live and die by the big bite. Where you look at a northern tournament, I mean, your limit becomes almost more important, because in this event, how you gain weight on your competitors is on the top end, if you really look at it. Because, I mean, up north, you're not going to catch a 9-pounder, or generally you do not catch a 9-pounder like we saw Jeff Gustafson catch yesterday. How you make up weight in a northern event is the exact opposite. You make it on the bottom of your limit. It now becomes more important because the top end can't get as high, you gain by not dropping off in the bottom. So in a northern event, a limit is so much more important, and it's something you have to have. But here, it doesn't really matter if you have a limit. If you look at our leaderboard, I mean, you've got multiple people who have made it through to this top 40 and haven't had a limit every single day. So the most important thing in this tournament is that big bite. And Carl Jocumsen, I spent a bunch of time with him this morning on the dock, and he talked to me about how different this is and how much more of a mental challenge it is, just simply because you don't know when it's going to happen. You know what I mean? There's hours of nothingness. But when you hook up like Derek Hudnell, things get really, really good in a hurry if they're that big bite.
Well, the importance of the big bite, Dave, we talk about that. And we also, we build these stories about guys who are quote-unquote specialists at big bass. Is that kind of a myth? All these guys have caught big bass. Nobody's going to tout themselves as a little bass specialist. They can all get the job done. You just got to collide with them at the right time, right?
I definitely think so, but I think it's more so in this. I mean, there is other times a year where there's things you can lock in your hand and ways you can fish where you ignore that simpler bite. I think back to a guy in our top 10, Steve Kennedy. I remember years ago on Bull Shoals. I remember everybody you spent 15 minutes on the shore with a crankbait, you're going to get a limit of 2.5-pounders. And he totally ignored it and locked a swim bait in his hand the entire tournament. Didn't work out for him that time around, unfortunately. But there is times a year where I think you can do things. But I think when you get to the fall, when that bite gets a little stingy, and I mean, it's not the fishery, which we've said 100 times over. I mean, this fishery is incredible. I mean, it's one of the greatest fisheries out there. But it is the time of year where the bites are a little stingy, so I don't think you can target it as much, this time of year. I mean, I think you're just targeting bites, and a certain percentage of bites on a big body of water like this are going to be the right bites.
We got a great top 10 out there today, Dave, and we talk about these guys who are maybe not so interested, generally disposed to going out and getting a limit first and foremost. We've got guys like Carl Jocumsen, Steve Kennedy, even Brandon Palaniuk, who are, all in, go big or go home kind of guys, and that kind of makes it more intriguing to watch, don't you think?
100%. I mean, Carl told me this morning, he said, I've never been more excited in a tournament. And it's not because I'm catching. It's just everything matters here today. There's no in his head, he said, when you lose a 5-pounder up north, you feel like you're going to get another opportunity. I mean, realistically, it's tough to recover from losing a 5-pounder, but in this body of water, I mean, you get that key bite, and if you don't capitalize, it becomes even more important. I mean, it's really just by eliminating the number of bites, you're eliminating the opportunities, and when opportunities are few and far between, success comes with hours of doldrum in between that success. But capitalizing and not losing that fish is the key here, and that's what Carl says it's so exciting to fish this tournament, because at any minute, I mean, fishing here at any minute, you feel that little thunk and everything can change, but you're on a tightrope, basically, fishing a tournament here. Those opportunities are few and far between.
Dave, you really were the first one to learn Brandon Palaniuk and Carl Jocumsen. And one of the things about Carl Jocumsen, we talked about this yesterday, he made the comment after the day one weigh-in to us. He said, I overthink. He has so many highs and lows in his career, on the water, off the water. And he said, in tournaments where guys are mauling them, St. Clair, we saw it on the St. Lawrence River. He said, I overthink things way too much when the fish are biting. But when I overthink things in a tough tournament like last year at 10 Killer, a tournament like this, he said the little subtleties really help me in a tournament like this. Explain that whole dynamic of what he's talking about right there to a catch fest compared to this.
I think what his thought process on this, number one, I think Brandon's a much different angler than we first saw. He's still an emotional mess at the side of the boat when a big fish comes up and everything, but I feel he's a much more natural angler, if that makes sense, now than when he first joined the Elite Series. You look at him when he first joined the Elite Series, and I think a lot of that comes from confidence. When he first joined the Elite Series, I think he got stuck in that. I got to lock it in my hand. This is what got me here, and this is what I got to do. I mean, this morning, the call he made this morning, he went to a totally different spot to start things, and he literally did that because he got 4 bites in his last 5 casts at the end of the day yesterday in this spot. So I think he's a lot more natural fisherman now, and I think overthinking. The problem with northern events and slam fests, like you're talking about when you catch a lot of fish, is catching a lot of fish can lead you astray. You know what I mean? They don't make you fine-tune as much because you just get caught in your head thinking, I'm catching 3-pounders. Sooner or later, I'm going to get a 4-pounder. And I think in events where bites are less in this situation, I think those little hints, it just becomes that much more important to be precisely dialed in when bites are few and far between. Hopefully that makes sense, but I'm trying to, you know what I mean? I mean, basically, your dialing in becomes more important when the opportunities are fewer and far between, because the average person isn't locked into these the little subtleties that guys like Carl and Brandon have obviously figured out this week along.
You're overthinking it, Dave.
I totally am, aren't I? I totally am.
Dave, we said multiple times yesterday, no one MCs an event the way no one in the world can perform at your level. Yet, Davey Height was called to duty yesterday or day before yesterday. As we look at footage of both you guys on stage, I know Davey seeks your approval more than anyone else's. So give us a critique of Davey's job on stage there on day number 2.
I think Davey did a phenomenal job, and I'll tell you exactly what I said to him yesterday. I said, if you were really a friend, Davey, if you were truly the friend you profess to be, maybe would have done just a little bit worse of a job, but I appreciate you doing a good job. But I'll tell you what Davey did, in my opinion, that is the most important thing, is Davey was himself. Anybody, if Davey had gone into the studio and tried to be Mark Zona, it never would have worked. He went into the studio and he was Davey Height, and that's why we all love him. He was on the stage and he was Davey Height, and that's why we all love him. But one of the cool things, if you listen to his cadence, it was very different. In some ways, I kind of felt an homage to Ray Scott, though. The way it was a little softer and smoother, and not quite as aggressive and sweaty as me.
Thanks for playing along with that, Dave. You knew we'd continue to beat this thing to death, and we appreciate you helping us out in that department right there. The great Dave Mercer back in action. Thank you, Dave, as we get back out on the water with our leader, Brandon Palaniuk.
You know what's interesting,
Check that.
Tommy, is
Jeff Gustafson has caught a couple fish and taken over the lead.
Oh.
And Derek Hudnell has a 4-pounder. We saw Gustafson's first 1 pound, but he caught a 3/8 off camera. He's out of cell range and went back a little bit further, and he's jumped ahead of Palaniuk by a couple ounces.
Well, like I said, back to not our leader, Brandon Palaniuk.
Sorry, Tommy.
A lot has happened since the last time we were with Brandon.
Pick up with our early on with our bonus coverage. How about B&W Trailer Hitch's opportunity to visit with Luke Palmer out there starting the day in 7th place. And Luke, first of all, congratulations. Great showing at Gunnersville last week. I think this fall swing seems to agree with you. What's been working for you here at Santee Cooper?
Tommy, I appreciate it. I think simplicity for me. I've had as many as 6 rods on the deck, but I've knocked her down to 4 today, and 2 of them are the exact same thing, and the other 2 are, I don't know if they're moral support or I just feel like I need to pick them up. But I think that's been my main thing the last 2 weeks is just be simple about it. When fishing's tough, get some things that you got confidence in and just get after it, and that's what I've done all the last 2 weeks.
Look, we talked about guys that obviously you've been one of the most consistent anglers for our first 2 fall events. What do you do? Number one, we know you fish a lot of tough bodies of water, but do you fish a lot through the fall at home?
I did, all of our championships, team tournaments and stuff back home are, September, 1st of October. And fishing in Oklahoma that's not the best time. I mean, it's tough, like you said. So I think it has helped me some in that aspect of just putting my head down and, hey, I need 6-7 bites a day, and if I execute, we'll be all right. But execution has been not a good suit the last couple of weeks.
Luke, are we going to see you in this environment, all these deep in the cypress trees all day long today?
I haven't started my big motor in 3 days.
Oh my goodness. Well, for your area of Oklahoma, I know you fish a lot in East Texas. You're no stranger to cypress trees. What's going to be the key to getting some bites in there today when there's not as much direct sunlight, not as much shade, and so forth?
It's hard to say. Yesterday I've caught all my fish on just flipping this week. I don't know if it's the bait. I feel like it's the bait or just I don't know. Some guys are catching them on moving baits and I'm not. I don't know if it's because I got more confidence with a flipping rod and braid in my hand or what, but I've got a melee tied on, and push comes to shove, I'm liable to have that thing out here in just a little bit because I haven't got the bites this morning. I've been catching 2 to 4 fish in the first hour and a half or so, kind of calmed me down, but I've had 2 little bites this morning. But maybe the pressure might be getting to them a little bit, and I'm on the exact same stretches I've been every morning, and it's not cooperating this morning for some reason. But I've been catching my better quality fish from 10 to 2, I guess. So hopefully we'll hit a slow low streak like that today and get serious about it.
For somebody that's not been to Santee Cooper before, everything looks good. Everything looks the same. Have you found that some of these cypress trees have reloaded? And is there something different about the trees that you've caught your bigger ones on?
Well, I don't know if y'all seen that dock we just went by. It was actually 30 foot up in the trees the first day. And I caught a big one off a bit, so it's moving. It's been kind of funny. I mean, yesterday it seemed like I caught the fish on the deeper trees. I'm calling deep as in 4 to 6 foot. I don't know if they just moved out or what. You figured yesterday, since it wasn't quite as bright, that the fish would have got on the shallower trees. But I just kept plugging away yesterday and hoping that I was going to run into some, and I did. I did kind of figure out, I don't know if it's going to reload or not, but I figured out how to get some bites yesterday afternoon. It was pretty fast and furious all the way till I came in. And if that could happen again, we might be able to get heavy in a hurry. But the type of trees that I was catching on yesterday, they're not in this little area of where I'm at. There's not a lot of that in here. So when I get back to where I've been catching some fish, hopefully I can start if they'll recooperate. I mean, a lot of times it seems like you catch them one way one day and they go back the next and they just move. I mean, some guys talk about fish stooling in the tree. I haven't seen that yet. But they caught a wind. They just come up blowing up beside them. So, but I've fished lines of trees. I've fished trees that are by themselves, isolated trees, and it really hasn't seemed to matter. It's just I'm making as many flips as I possibly can to get bit, and it's been a grind. It's not. I mean, we're catching some big weights this week, but it's not as easy as what it's looking for. And I'm sure the guys on live, some of them have been catching quite a few, but most of us, it's 7, 8, 9 bites a day.
Luke, we appreciate it once again. Almost 19 pounds yesterday. That was phenomenal.
Yes, sir.
We wish you the best of luck today, and thanks for spending some time and cluing us in on what you're doing and how much of a grind it is. I think that's a fairly common experience out here in Santee Cooper this week.
Thank you, guys.
Luke Palmer, Oklahoma, having 2 good tournaments in a row, Guntersville and
Absolutely.
Here.
Something we actually just got some intel. Going to pull the curtain back for our viewers right now, taking a look at Brandon Palaniuk, Carl Jocumsen. James Overstreet, world-renowned cameraman, sent me a little bit of info. Davey was in the ready at the weigh-in yesterday, and Mercer showed up, and this is exact words from James Overstreet. Dave Mercer looked at Davey and said, "I'll grab some wood, boy." Yeah, it's no joke. I just got that. I know. I might have made it up. I don't know.
That's the comic book version of that encounter there, I think. That's...
I'll grab some wood, boy.
While we were talking with Dave, you saw it in the background there while we were having that conversation with Dave Mercer. Derek Hudnell hooking up with a big one in his spot that he spent so much time in yesterday. We'll take a better look at that.
Missile Baits 48 actually sent that picture of his bait to Ronnie, weightless on these cypress trees. We'll show that in a little bit, but a good one right here for Derek Hudnell. Grab some wood, boy.
That's not...
Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a way to start right there. It's a way to start right there. Number 1, 4-pounder.
Biggest bass caught so far on day 3 this morning. 4-pounder.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ahead of schedule a little bit for Derek Hudnell.
Derek Hudnell, like pretty much everyone else, surviving on a minimum of bites each and every day. Every bite is very, very important. Put it in the boat if at all possible. It's just going to be a game of ounces. And, man, you can run through some stretches where you just don't get a hint of a bite out there in Santee Cooper. Very different, very challenging, trying conditions, and we always got a handful of guys who figure it out, and that's what's going to provide us with all of our thrills today. Day number 3, Bassmaster Elite event. As we get into the final third of our season here. We're going to Chickamauga next week and then on to Lake Fork 3 weeks after that. So a lot to look forward to, but hey, let's not put the cart before the horse. We got 2 days of fishing left here. Only 10 will fish on tomorrow. Jocumsen launching himself into the lead after a big travel up the leaderboard yesterday. Brandon Palaniuk, Hudnell we just saw with our biggest fish of the day. Carl Jocumsen now in 4th place. Have yet to go down to Moultrie. Moultrie and see Steve Kennedy. We'll try to get that later.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Couldn't wait for this day to get started. All-important day number 3 of the 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Legendary host, Clarendon County in South Carolina. Great to be in the Palmetto State. We've had so many memorable tournaments here in South Carolina over the past, say, 5 years, especially on the Elite Series. Jeff Gustafson, Canada. Big day yesterday. Almost a double-digit largemouth. Put him into the top 10, and he has made use of his time today. Fish in the boat, changing up a little bit. Brandon Palaniuk, our leader to start the day, still in 2nd place. Derek Hudnell caught our biggest fish on camera of the day. Been enjoyable to watch. It's still trying to figure out how a little bit different conditions are going to make things look a little bit different. It's this tournament in total looks different than what you would expect it to, but everyone really didn't know quite what to expect. It's such a different time of the year. And if I can use the word different a few more times, I'll feel like I've done something. Well, I've gotten somewhere.
Use it in a sentence.
Being different is different.
Got to see Brandon Palaniuk catch a few of his key fish yesterday right here.
Oh, got it. That's a good one. That was on the end of the cast. Stay on there. It's a big one. Oh, stay on there. No! Oh, it's a 4-pounder. Oh, man, that one hurt. How did I lose that sucker? Oh, that hurts. Such a good bite. I thought she had it choked.
Brutal that we have seen that the first 2 days of competition here, especially yesterday. Palaniuk, you losing a big one on a jerkbait early yesterday morning. And again, these are not bonus fish. I mean, if you really look at what he put on the scales yesterday, every one of these fish that he's catching outside of this depression, and that was absolutely a 4-pounder for Palaniuk. Critical miss when you're only getting 5 to 7 bites in an entire day.
How about a new leader from 13th place, Bernie Schultz? Has got 3 for 11 pounds. He started about that far behind the lead. He's got 3 fish for 11 pounds. He's just taking the lead with 41 pounds, 2 ounces, about a pound ahead of Gustafson.
Had a fantastic day yesterday. Bernie really just showed out big time.
Coming off of a miserable practice, and we covered Bernie on day 1. Throwing a Senko on a lot of these cypress trees, the way we thought a lot of fish would. Wow.
Another big one. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. He's not as big as that last one. Oh, he's not that big at all. He'll keep though. A little X-Zone swimmer. He's not very big at all. He felt big when he was 10 miles out there. we got 2. There's a little sweet spot right there. Next cast. It's not very big either, but it'll keep. No, he's probably not gonna keep. Sorry, buddy. Gosh, that bite gets your heart pumping, though. Hey. Nah, he's short. He's short. Feels good to be getting bites, though.
Got a little roll going for Brandon Palaniuk right here. You're just joining with us.
Come on,
started
Bagans.
the day with the
Come
lead.
on, Bagans. Get in this boat.
Exact area that we saw him catch about a 4-pounder yesterday on a swim bait.
Oh, no, don't do that. Oh, one just bit it. Wow. I popped it off that stump and one bit it. Oh, it just came off. What is the deal? Why am I not getting them suckers?
Goes from a bleak outlook of losing some fish, and those are crucial to him, to getting bites on every cast in a row. It could turn around real quick, and he could be in an Austin Felix territory with a limit early and, you know, in comfortable position.
Absolutely. He's got him fired.
Action, but
a minimum threshold.
We've seen him on live do this before. Had that flurry.
I just went to a little bit bigger hook on there to push it back a little bit. You lose a little action, but the trade-off, if we can still get the bites and hook them a little better, it pushes that hook back, and sometimes just an 1/8 or 1/4 of an inch back can make a big difference. That's a better one. Stay button, baby. Stay button. Come on. Come on. Oh, he's not that big, gosh. He'll keep, though. He'll keep. Oh, yeah. Eventually, one of them's going to be a big one. Gosh, every time I set the hook, all I envision is 6-pounders. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right.
A little bit of an adjustment to his jig head on his swim bait right there.
Thought we'd be able to get him like every cast. And this is supposed to be the big fish spot.
I'm really going to be disappointed if he doesn't hook up this cast. I mean,
yeah, we're spoiled already. Doesn't take long.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. 2 came off and 3 in the boat.
Let's go ahead and get us started with a limit, and we'll go from there. No more losses today. See if we could just get a school like that fired up that was 4- and 5-pounders. It can happen in a hurry. There's like one little old shell bed right there. One little hard spot.
His cameraman's been busy, so his bass track is not updated, but he is back in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
And we have him with 3 fish?
At one time I popped it off that stump and that one bit it. I think that one's popping off, though. Gosh.
Good flurry for Brandon.
Do this again.
Unfortunately, lost the biggest one, and as usual, no matter where we go, if it's Tennessee River, it doesn't really matter. The big ones usually in a school like that bite first, not capitalizing on the biggest one that did commit to a swim bait.
Seeing some Steve Kennedy now.
If you need to.
See what you're doing. So you guys don't want
That has been what we're catching them on this morning. X-Zone Mega Swammer.
We got to talk about it yesterday. One of the great things, taking a look
Cut
at
a
these
little
four
bit of the
anglers.
head of it off.
Saw this on Gunnersville, which has made these tournaments so unpredictable in the fall. And you really can't say it enough. The great thing about having these events on historic bodies of water, being able to see guys doing totally different techniques in the fall makes it so much fun. What's weird is it's almost like, gosh, everything works, and at times nothing works.
Yeah, that's right. But that is what we revel in, and we've been
Absolutely.
unusually lucky the past 2 seasons to have just almost every tournament a wild diversity of approaches.
They're just these events. The last 2 events have been so fun to number one watch, but also call. That it's so unpredictable from hour to hour and angler
Just like
to
that.
angler.
We got us
Right when
another
you think
swim
you
of down.
kind of have a bead on compared to our springtime events. Look, when we come to Santee Cooper, Tommy, you know this. By the time we get past the 3rd day, you usually have a 1, 2, or 3 horse race on a lake like this.
Oh, yeah.
You've got other guys that are, in the mix. But for the most part, it's a 3 or 4 man race. That is not the case in these fall events. They are absolutely wide open.
Yeah.
I don't know why I lose a 4-pounder on a single hook, but I can land a double 4 and a 2 on a jerkbait.
Yeah, the wild, wide open events get so many great moments, great magic moments that you just go right into the history books and you never forget.
What?
You know that music.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I do, Ron. You know what? We got to see a flurry yesterday. Well, we got to see it with Austin Felix. We haven't even seen Austin Felix go back to that brush pile. I bet we do. But this flurry right here,
Just as quickly as they turn off,
here on day 3,
shut down.
semifinal Saturday. Brandon Palaniuk getting school fired up. X-Zone swim bait. Fair to say, for early,
not that big at all.
this is going to be the Power Pole replay of the day thus far. But Brandon Palaniuk, you were the Power Pole replay of the afternoon yesterday. I have a vibe. We are not done with you, my friend, so far today. I don't know, but here's what the deal is, Tommy. So far today, Brandon, you are the Power Pole replay of the day, and I'm going to call it right now. You're going to be again later this afternoon, Power Pole replay of the day. A little bit disjointed.
Oh, bold prediction. Bold. I like
That's
it.
right.
I like it. Foreshadowing.
No. I'm just not ready to go up there and screw it up yet.
His new hook definitely has some bite to it. Not a bass.
Gosh, dang it, man. Pulled the tree out.
Z, I got a peculiar video from Steve Kennedy this morning. He sent me of the bait fish in his area on day one
yesterday
that were not there yesterday, and he said that were crucial to his bite. And they weren't. It wasn't like a ball of bait that you normally see swimming around. It was like individual bait fish just chilling in a foot of water.
Hey, Ron, are we going to screen acknowledge that video for our viewers?
Don't make it.
Totally can.
See that? Y'all see that?
Looks long enough.
Oh, 14 inches.
Just about identical to his start yesterday, about the same size fish.
I'm telling you, Tommy, one of these fish on his swim jig, he is going to hit him, and it is not going to move.
One stinking
A law of
four.
average would definitely say that.
It's okay. Let's catch 5 of them.
Boy, that is the footage we want to see right there.
Mm-hmm. Again, Steve Kennedy, one of the very few anglers even venturing into Lake Moultrie.
So yeah, this is a totally different type of grass. We got patterns in the, what do we call it, the water willow. And then we've caught them around cypress trees in the pads. And I don't even know what you call this stuff. Some kind of viney grass. But up in the pads. I like the way he bit there. It wasn't a follow, it came over and he.
Kennedy looking for his 4th Bassmaster Elite Series win. One of those wins netted him the all-time record at the time for 4 days of fishing with the Bassmasters.
Jocumsen, Gussie down at your bottom left-hand corner. He said this is the area where he caught him yesterday, dividing it with Carl, a lot of other anglers in that area. And he said this is all he has, 100% committed to this area. He says, I have nothing else to go to.
Not a bass. Do not believe that was a bass.
Besides Bernie moving into the top 3 from 13th, got Tyler Rivette with a couple fish. He made a big move yesterday from 55th to 20th, and now he's trying to get inside our top 10.
Every day he's been the fastest starter, even day 1.
He only ended up with like 10 and
Can
change
we
on
take
day
a break now?
1.
Does the drone go? Where'd he go?
Mark Wendlandt has 2
take a break.
fish.
We're picking that to go make another run. We're gonna run back across and get in that wind. When we get a bite, it's gonna count.
Palaniuk's hooked up again.
Hooked up.
Come on, be a big one. It doesn't feel very big yet. It just barely hooked. That was genius. Yeah, say he's barely hooked and then try to swing him. Genius move. That was not very big at all. He was like, if he kept, he was a line burner. But that wasn't very smart.
It's weird. It's like, I mean, he's caught some meat here the first 2 days, and these are by far there's a solid school of them. But just keeper fish have moved into this area. A little bit of a, said he's got a little shell bar, and there's obviously a stump on it. He's hooked up a couple times.
Looked like I started seeing a few fish slide up on that flat.
little shell barza.
Oh, I just got crushed right there. Come on.
Said on day one they were pushing bait onto that little shell bar. High spot of it, he said, was 5 to 6 foot of water, but deeper off to the right-hand side where it really drops off down to 15 to 20.
You know you want to. Just eat it, eat it, eat it.
Oh, we hate taking our eyes off Palaniuk. Sort of dialed into those fish right there. But we're going to
fell in the crack.
Over to Derek Hudnell.
He was doing Michael Jackson, too. Come on.
Oh, goodness. Big freaking wall. I'm hung up, and there's a big walrus nest sitting right over the top of it.
Oh, boy.
See it?
Talking about this yesterday.
I think we'll have a new power pole replay of the day if he goes and gets that undone.
Try to get on the other side of him. Had to pick the walrus nest tree to hang up on. I'm glad I saw it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't wake up the household.
Ooh.
Oh, he touched
They're up.
Yep.
They're in a dormant state, it appears.
Oh, but they like their belly rub.
They do. He'll be making another appearance today, don't worry. Weekend's here.
Anything goes, right?
That's absolutely right. Derek Hudnell, a lot of his big ones. No,
I want my damn bait back.
All of his big ones.
But I don't want to get stung
On
either.
these cypress trees coming on a missile 48. We'll show that picture a little bit. Weightless. He said it is painfully slow fishing.
Just don't have a whole lot of these stinger hooks left. I don't want to lose any.
Derek has made cuts at 2 of the last 3 events. Had a little bit of a setback at Guntersville last week. More than making up for it this week. And again, he's got a 4-pounder in the live well. Don't forget about that. It's just you can hear the clock ticking when you have to deal with something like this or a couple of catfish.
Whew.
Success.
Might have made for good TV, but I'll pass.
Ronnie, you like this? I was talking to Gussie about that giant that he caught punching that mat yesterday and made the comment that he thought it was a dogfish when he hit him until that thing's head came through the mat. Right? Seeing one just under 10 come out. Well, I hope we see that today.
We are not going to wander far from Brandon Palaniuk. We can get those special ones out there on that shell bed. Fired up once again. Put on quite a show for us the last 15, 20 minutes. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Really just getting going on day number 3 right here. Got a lot of fishing ahead of us. And we welcome you to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios and also the newly christened Bassmaster Live headquarters north with Mark Zona. Z,
yes.
Good to see you this morning. And everyone's fired up and ready to go, including Such and Ronnie and Ron Moore standing by right now. He's going to give us a screen of knowledge and some essential info.
Of course, Fantasy Fishing's on the docket here at the Screen of Knowledge. And for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, day 3 is important. It's not only do we cut the field to 40 and guys get bigger paychecks and they're vying for the top 10, but for Fantasy Fishing, you can't make up ground if your guys aren't fishing today. And there's some heavy hitters, some high percentage guys that were selected this week that did not make this cut. And it's very crucial because Scott Canterbury and Bucket A, 26%, Stetson Blaylock, 11%, Keith Combs, 9%, Gerald Swindle, 17%, and Lee Livesey, 21%. Those are all pretty high percentages for Santee. And guys we expect to fish on day 3 in most events because of their reputation over the years. And Canterbury down in the 60s, as well as Blaylock and Combs 59th and 60th. Gerald Swindle missing out by just a few ounces, finishing 41st. And then Lee Livesey, a story about him. Bucket E, a high percentage pick guy. He has struggled all season, and we thought, hey, maybe he could turn it around in this fall deal, but stuck on a stump for over half of his day on day one, could not get off of it. That's why he zeroed on day one. He caught a limit yesterday, 8 to 9 pounds, to get some points. But for anyone who had him on their team, 21%, they were just hating the day one when they heard that story that he was stuck up the river. No one could help. He had a local guy was able to help get him off that stump, and he was really up a creek without a paddle. But when we go, I wanted to compare the day one and day two stats as well. 59 limits on day one, only 54 yesterday, a little bit down. The weight was down just slightly. Average fish was 1 ounce less. The big bass went up, though, 9 pounds, 7 ounces for Jeff Gustafson. The third biggest bass of the season, a 10-1 by Kyle Welcher at the St. John's. That same day, John Cox caught a 9.13, and then a 9.7 for Jeff Gustafson, third biggest bass of the year. We saw a 22.7 bag, only one 20-pound bag yesterday, and it was anchored by that almost 10-pounder. The cut weight, it didn't quite double. Normally, you think to double and subtract a pound or add a pound. If we doubled it, it would have been around 25 pounds or so. It was just at the lower end of 24. And Chris Zaldane made the cut with only 7 bass, 3 on day one and 4 yesterday. So we're going to be, one thing I wanted to mention as well, from first to 6th, our coverage cameras, that's a 7-pound gap. And from 6th to 40th, that's only an 8-pound gap. So that's the big weight disparity here for the guys who are at the top versus the guys who just made the cut.
Well, the haves and the have-nots. Good sketch of what's going on out there, and of course some good fantasy implications, courtesy of Ronnie Moore. Screen of knowledge right there. Steve Kennedy. Maybe he's getting a little bit of that breeze he was promised today. And hasn't as yet arrived at Lake Moultrie, but
probably close.
A couple in the boat so
Just
far.
barely hooked.
Good show for us there. Really explained.
That was genius.
Yeah,
Yeah, say he's barely hooked and then try to swing
spot out there, getting fired up for us. We're fired up about the rest of this day.
Oh, yeah.
Here at Hudnell, biggest fish of the day. Very early on, so
It's a way to start right there. It's a way to start right there. Number one.
we like our start today so far.
Yes, we do.
We'll only have 10 when the day is done, but we're a long way from that point right now. Brandon Palaniuk out front, 3-pound lead over the rest of the field, including Bernie Schultz, who's jumped up into the top 10 in short order.
How did that happen?
Oh my gosh. 3+ decades with the Bassmasters, shooting for his 10th appearance in the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship. Bernie gets some important work done this week at Santee Cooper.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon.
Cooper Lakes, an absence for the Bassmaster Elite Series of a decade and a half since we had that tournament back here in 2006. Top 10. Top 10, very crucial number today because you have to land in that in this game of musical chairs. When the music stops today, if you do that, you can fish tomorrow. Fish for the championship. Brandon Palaniuk started the day with the lead.
Yes.
He's fallen out, regained that lead on the basis of a nice little
of the railroad trestle back out on the water right now. Brandon Palaniuk, Carl Jocumsen, Bassmaster.
Alive.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah,
hey, Tom, can I unnecessarily name drop?
Sure.
Oh, gosh.
We have a super fan, a super viewer. His name's Greg Hackney of Louisiana. I think a few of you guys remember Greg.
Oh, I know Greg what?
Yeah.
You name drop him quite frequently.
I got a feeling we're going to end up reconnecting with our friends here in the next year or two. Greg Hackney.
Big one. Yep, good one. Oh, come on, baby. Get in here. It's a start. 2.5. We have to start somewhere. Let's put old red on him. Yeah, at the end of the day.
I think you held that long enough to see this catch right here. Good to see Carl put one in the boat.
Exactly. Carl Landon had so many mishaps yesterday doing that with Carl Jocumsen.
Starting spot didn't pay off for us. They're just going away, you know, but today is a different day. Cloudy, we got wind. Someone's going to probably make an adjustment today and fish a buzz bait, a chatterbait, spinnerbait. It's not the best day for punching, but it's hot. And yesterday was cloudy and the boys caught them really well still punching. And so I think they're just still living under there. And we've just done 50-yard stretch in my good little area and got that bite. So I thought he was a bit bigger than that when I first saw him. Had me wrapped up, but it's a start. We'll punch, but we'll also just maybe just keep this outside stuff a little bit honest. I caught some fish winding. You can see that wind blowing through the middle here, and it's only going to get worse. It's going to get really windy, but in my secondary area, that's going to create some current. It's going to push down some of those mats, and I'm kind of excited to punch that a little bit later. But we got on the board. Good start.
Heard a big cheer from down under. It's about midnight in Australia on the East Coast, and thousands of fans are staying up all night to watch their man, Carl Jocumsen.
Good on those folks. Love having them aboard.
So getting to what I was saying, Tommy Sanders.
Yes. Super fan.
You see, super fan Greg Hackney, young fella from
Probably going to
South
fish a
Louisiana,
little bit quicker
grew up in
today.
Arkansas.
Just
excels. It
not
really excels at
so
fishing
methodical.
Like this.
Oh, yeah.
I fished a little bit methodical yesterday. I did get the bites, so it almost worked, but I feel my stuff's gotten beat on pretty hard, and I'm going to need to find some new water if we're going to have a shot to win this. So I need to just fish slow when I'm fishing, hit the primary targets, give them a chance to eat, but keep moving. We're going to try and hit some new stuff this morning. See if we can't dial them back in and get another big bag going.
Well, this young Greg Hackney, a Central Opens competitor. They believe he's in the top 5 and putting together a good campaign like our Opens.
That has to be the most fun bite on the planet. That weight goes down through the thickest stuff. Pull it to the top, shake it, and you just feel them dunk, and they just pull back.
Another up and
we just need a couple of them to be those 6, 7 plus class fish.
Yeah, that Opens is a pretty tough crowd to hang with.
Yeah, there's a fella from Clewiston that's in the bunch, and quite a few guys that are
thinking of him. Scott Martin
going to make that Elite Series field next year even more competitive.
So anyway, this young Greg Hackney said he got to look at all the cypress trees. He said, just a quick question, have they stopped making jigs? Just curious.
Got a point there.
It's awesome, though. He's definitely, you know, I was texting throughout the Gunnersville event, and sure, he's getting ready to sit in a tree stand for the better side of the next 90 days. He's got a big open coming up. Where is the next Central? Is it Neely Henry?
Neely Henry. Then,
interesting.
I think it's Neely Henry, Cherokee. So Neely's the Central, Cherokee's the Eastern. Then you've got Louisville Central, and then Lay Lake Eastern, and that's the last flip.
Ron, I usually come to you to really dial in some of the open anglers that, you know, you called it. You called
a lot of the big
Patrick
ones
Walters a year or two ago. You called Drew Cook. I'm going to tell you right now, I want you to keep your eyes
that, like, typical
on this Hackney kid
that you get
and this
punching a lot of times
coming out of the opens potentially next year.
Feels
I think they
different.
have what it takes to really
gets a little bit heavy, like they just kind of grab it. So you got to be on top of your game.
Heard Carl make the comment he's going to have to definitely start to expand on that area in Jacks Creek. That's it has sustained a beating the last 24 hours from other anglers.
That's a hard thing. That's easier said than done, expanding on a place in these conditions, right, Z?
Oh, that was...
I think that was just grass.
Staying up late watching
Or was one of them
Team
little
Jocumsen's porters.
Bit my pinchers off.
Catch a big one here for you today. Appreciate all the support from everyone in Australia and in the US and all over. It's so cool.
Seen a miss right there from Brandon Palaniuk. It's a lot different, the mats that Palaniuk is fishing. There's a lot of deep water outside of those mats compared to, you know, Carl's and a lot of the big ones that were caught yesterday. Guys like Gussie and Seth and Tyler Rivette, they're on a massive, massive flat, very shallow water. The difference is if you look at that mat right there that's compressed against the bank, I mean, that is really deep water outside of there. Just a same technique, different deal, a lot deeper water feeding those mats that Palaniuk's been fishing.
I'm waiting to catch a bass in here.
He was out of cell service. We're trying to get the images in, but Austin Felix has 2 fish.
To see how
about
good the punch bite's
4
gonna
3/4
be.
pounds.
This cloud cover.
Destin DeMarion with one of our 4-pounders today's slid into the top 10. 6 1/4.
And just take this opportunity to remind you that so far the angler who has lapped the field this morning, pounds-wise, is Bernie Schultz. 11 pounds in the boat.
He's not showing individual fish, but he's got 3 for 11. It's got to be probably a nice size one in there, 5 or 6.
He's got to make at least 1 cast down the line.
He knows how to catch big fish.
Whoop. Not like that. Abort. Oh, great. I made myself a mess right there.
In the pandemic, Bernie went out a lot saltwater fishing, showed us some lovely, nice-sized snook and redfish from Florida with his son.
Come on. It's headed straight for the lily pads. I had to abort. And the wind blew it back on me. Come on.
We talked about some of the magic cypress trees on this lake, and it's weird.
Look like my first time.
You go on a stretch of 2 to 3 miles, and then you'll hit 2 or 3 really, really productive cypress trees, and that's exactly what Derek Hudnell told us that he found. You know, one or two of those cypress trees that continuously reloads, and you just get a little different bottom contour, whether it's a depression, a little. And I think he's made the comment yesterday, Ronnie, that there was a couple ditches that would feed some of those cypress trees from way behind them where he caught those bigger fish. In fact, made the comment he hooked a giant, lost it, made another cast on that cypress tree and caught a 7-pounder.
Yeah, his 712 he brought in because he's probably a half a foot shorter than Gussie's. A big guy. Looked about the same as Gussie's 9.7.
It really did.
Eric's 4-pounder still on top.
Everybody's leaving.
DeMarion on top of the Phoenix Post Big Bass Week for today.
4 of the top 14 bass weighed in this year.
Someone
in
just
Elite Series
caught 30
competition
pounds.
came
Go
from
find
Santee.
them.
And that includes Hudnell's 712 yesterday.
That way we can catch 31.
You know, and I think it's way too early to call this, but I think looking at tomorrow is going to be eerily similar to the Guntersville event last week, where it you know, there's 25 to 35 to 30 pound bags swimming here, and bigger actually. But the biggest difference, Tommy, and we talked about it on day one, is the presence of a 7 to 10 pound bite. And yeah, that can happen at Guntersville, but there was just not as many 5 to 8 pound fish even close at Guntersville compared to here.
Yeah.
I asked you yesterday, Z, about if our winner's going to be in the top 10 yet. We had 4 guys, Gussie from 34th and Hudnell from 13th, Palmer from 24th, and even Wendlandt from 29th moving to our top 10. Let's see if that happens again today. I'm wondering if there'll be a couple at least. Who's it going to be?
Steve Kennedy. Steve Kennedy getting in that wind, and this is the
Way out off the edge. He's aggressive anyway. No way that's gonna make it. Not gonna make it.
But that right there, that fish catch is exactly.
That's the way I like to see him eat it, though. Just a matter of putting it in front of a big one. Yeah, he hit it way out there.
He's made his way around a good part of shore along Moultrie's northeast corner.
But you take a look at that water willow off the left-hand side. That fish came off the point of that. Steve Kennedy had a monster practice doing this on Moultrie. 15 to 20 blow-ups on his swim jig in practice.
And are the conditions similar to practice, or?
No. They didn't have many clouds in practice, but this is prime time for that. If you didn't tune in yesterday, Steve Kennedy made the comment, day one, it was so calm and sunny. He sight fished one just under 7 with his swim jig that he saw on the outside of that grass.
I like to see that light on.
Good little bit of wind showing up down there in Moultrie all of a sudden.
Oh, no. No. That's not good. I might be elbow deep trying to get this one off. Got lucky.
Palaniuk, your unofficial leader, he's pushing that schooling bite, that offshore bite, a lot longer today than he did yesterday. We saw him punch, but we saw him punch for about 10 minutes so far this morning.
And we saw him punch for about 2 hours, going without a keeper bite too. So the punching is not something that's exactly enticing, but sure produces when you put a big one in the boat.
Boy, we had a big one come across the board from Destin DeMarion. Climbing up. He had a 4-0 earlier. He's got a 5-4 now.
Get in here! Whoa! That's why we're punching. That's why we're punching right there. What's that? Oh, yeah. EK, let me know. Get it on the Tacticam. 5-pounder. He got a little birthmark on him. Little spot. Man, flip in there. It's the same bite every time. Pull that to the top, shake it, and they bite it and just pull it back down. That's a start. And the big side, brother. That little bad boy there. I haven't got a ton left. I'm trying to save them. I bought 6. Got 6 packs sent and down to 2. It's the Molex SV crawler. But they just did today. Usually I've got it pretty down. Snelling that hook and then just putting a little turn in the hook. Turn it over and then it's thick in the body, so it's perfect for punching this thick stuff. That's what makes it so good. And then it's got all these little tiny moving parts. That's why when you see me shaking it, all those little parts are just moving. Just to have that point right there. 65-pound Power Pro Super Slick. Miller rods, flip break power. Got a super fast retrieve, 8.5 to 1 metanium. It's mainly that fast retrieve is to get that bait back like that and then get it back in there. So it's about doing as many flips as you can. Fast retrieve is solely for getting that bait back quick and then getting it back in there again. And it's all about percentages. It's putting that bait in the right places enough times. That's going to be the difference maker. We got to worry about. We need one more bigger than that and then fill the limit and we'll be in contention for Sunday. That's a good start, 2 fish in here. And that's a new fish. I haven't caught a fish out of this little isolated clump the whole time.
He's back in the lead.
Well, talking about percentages, his landing percentages.
How y'all doing this morning?
This spot's pads in there and it's got this Sylvania. Just sort of piles up around it. Makes it perfect to just punch around those pads.
I had a dog?
Big one was sitting in there.
Wasn't me.
That was fun.
Today for Carl. So.
And Such, I wouldn't say he's necessarily in the lead. I know it's a 5-pounder, but there's no way Palaniuk's 3 or 4.5 pounds. They're all 2 to 2.5s at least.
He's just a little guy. So what are you talking about?
They'll be close.
Our unofficial leaderboard, fast track he will be.
Yes.
Let's take a look at Carl's catches this morning. And really the biggest key to Carl's catches, when he punches that bait through, we talked about it so much yesterday, this area's taking so much pressure, is punching that bait through and bringing it to the top.
Stay on, baby! Stay on, baby!
That
Stay on, baby.
Matt flipping
Get
101.
Here! Whoa! That's why we're punching. That's why we're punching right there. What's that? Oh, yeah.
Carl said up until recently that's been a weaker part of his game, but he has worked extra hard to try to learn the finer points of punching these mats, and the work put in pays off. Brandon Palaniuk, another guy who owes a big part of his success here during this tournament to that very same technique.
Exactly right. Some of his giants on day one came to really the biggest ones that have been weighed in so far have come punching mats, and you can tell You could tell whether it's been Davey Height on stage or Dave Mercer.
Yes. Well, excellent.
When those
Muscle
fish,
back.
they are so much darker
Onto your mat.
than the cypress tree bass. They look like a different strain of fish. This giant from Brandon Palaniuk yesterday. I got news. The fish in the mats are still biting. We are going to see this
Get in
right
here.
I promise again
I caught another
today.
7-pounder right there yesterday.
That is a great prospect.
Woo.
Big day, exciting day in the boat with Brandon Palaniuk yesterday. So far, exciting as well in different ways. They come down to the really digging in, getting deep into those mats today to pull out the winning fish. And we're a long way from that point, as I continue to say. As time goes on, we're into quarter number 2 of this 4-quarter game today. Day number 3. Jocumsen unofficially back in the lead, but we think Brandon Palaniuk may have the actual lead. We'll get it all sorted out. Take a quick break and come right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Hope you're having a great Saturday morning. So happy to be able to share Bassmaster live with you for the 3rd straight day at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Beautiful weather has given way to clouds. That was a shot from earlier. Carl Jocumsen, Brandon Palaniuk on top of that leaderboard. And
Frank
Schultz
Kelly
make a big move up the leaderboard today.
Frank Kelly
did
just
not see that one
jumped in
coming.
there at 8. Our winner from last week, Gunnersville.
Well, Brandon Palaniuk put on a show for us. If you're just joining up with us, you need to see this because he found a rare thing, a multi-fish producing spot. And despite this one that came off, I think that was the first one he hooked up with.
Yes.
What's the work on?
That last one.
Little shell bar and 6 to 8
not that
feet
big
of
at all.
water.
Now keep
That's
those.
the biggest one. That first one that bit looked like it was 4 pounds or possibly better. Why not a little bit of a flurry here? Not big ones.
Oh, it just came off. What is the deal?
Several
he's not
keeper
that big,
bites.
gosh.
Made a little bit of a change to his jig head.
He'll keep though. He'll keep.
Carl Jocumsen, his early spot to start the day again did not produce much for him. Went and got into his mat punching routine early and got some results.
Exactly right. About a 2.5 pounder right here for Carl. And about, gosh, call it 5 to 10 minutes after that keeper.
Stay on, baby. Stay on, baby. Stay on, baby.
He only needs 2 more bites like this one right here to keep him in the hunt for Championship Sunday.
That's why we're punching. That's why we're punching right there. What's that?
So now Palaniuk on your right, Jocumsen on your left. This is live.
Austin Felix is out of range, but he just caught his 4th fish.
Wow.
Jump into 3rd place with about a pound 12 behind Carl.
That's what the weird thing is, the weight gaps this week. 1st to 6th. Just our camera coverage. I mentioned this at the Screen of Knowledge. Just for the guys on camera, it was a 7-pound, 3-ounce gap from 1st to 6th.
To Felix,
and then
yeah.
from 6th to 40th to the last man in the cut, it was only 8.5 pounds. So 7 pounds, 7.25, 1st to 6th, 8.5 from 6th to 40th.
We don't get that much.
No, it's even
not lately.
The gaps down that leaderboard are interesting. From 10th to 17th, that's 3.25, and from 17th to 32nd, 15 spots below that is only 3 pounds as well.
Okay.
Just weird. If you've caught them or halfway caught them or kind of caught them, you're going to be behind the guys who have caught them 2 days and the guys who have kind of caught them 2 days.
Well, I guarantee you that all
Who
40
wants a
anglers out there today
6-pounder?
are glad to be there.
I do.
Absolutely. It'll be curious to see Austin Felix and what he's done today. Yesterday, caught eerily similar to Brandon Palaniuk as far as that flurry that he went on, catching about 10 pounds of fish, 10 or 11 pounds of fish off brush piles, and then going to where he caught his giants on day 1, boat dock fishing on the north side of Lake Marion, and that never, ever played yesterday for Austin Felix. It almost seems like Austin Felix and Steve Kennedy are just fishing a different tournament than a lot of the other guys in the top 10, at least as far as how they're catching them in the areas of the lake that they've been concentrating.
Yeah, he had 12 pounds yesterday, Felix did, and, 2 pound pluses. That's it. Today he's got a couple over 3, though, but he doesn't have the monster that you need, the 5+.
Go punch Big Mama's house.
Little current line.
That's a difference. Paul Mueller started the week in 58th place with 10 pounds even. He caught a 5+ pounder yesterday, had 16 pounds, and this morning started with a 5 pounder. It's like if you get that bite, the opportunity to jump, he jumped from 58th to 29th. So another 5 pounder, if he caught another 16 pounds, he could jump up,
just going
finish in
around
the top
that
20.
point right
That's
there.
the biggest difference, is catching a 5 versus catching all 2.5s.
A little bit of sun peeking out right there
Yeah.
for the first time today.
Sort of unexpected sun. We were expecting more in the way of persistent clouds today, increased wind, and of course, a lot of people in the country, thinking about all those folks in Southwest Louisiana having to pick up all that debris again today, clean out the flooded areas and so forth. So that was a 1-2 punch that nobody wants.
No.
2 hurricanes in 6 weeks. Some good looking grass there.
When you're fishing mats like this and you're fishing up shallow, it's super important to stay really stealthy, super quiet. Even though I yell when I catch one while I'm fishing, try and stay super quiet. All unnatural noise. I learned from a young age. Guy taught me cod fishing that these fish are going to sit on the front of these mats, and their petrol fins are going to be going. They're feeling in their natural habitat. Well, if you make a bunch of noise, they're going to stop and back up into that mat and wait for it to settle down. And that just reduces your chance of them biting. So you want to sneak up to them. You want them to be natural. You want them to be out the front of that mat ready to feed, and then they see your bait. You don't want them wary at all. So everything's down, everything's off. The trolling motor's on 3. We try not to drop stuff on the floor. Everything's just quiet because we want to just poke along here. You don't want them knowing we're coming up at all, and the first thing they see is that bait drop through, and that's going to ensure that they're going to bite your bait.
Then what happens?
Then you jack them.
Boy, hats off to these guys for figuring something out this week. It's so different. You know, average tournament, you say, I want to get where I can get them coming to me. That is not available now. They're just kind of loitering right now, waiting for a cue from nature to make their next trip back into the creeks or against the hard edges. But
That looks good.
boy, you gotta be slow. Like Carl says, you gotta be slow and you gotta stay with it.
A guy like Carl and Gussie and Tyler Rivette, I mean, they're catching resident fish that live there, no doubt about it.
A little bonus coverage of Randy Sullivan. You remember Randy, if you were with us last week, a great tournament on Lake Guntersville for the Texan, out there just west of Fort Worth, where we're going to have the Classic.
Started today in 23rd. Made another, I think this is his 3rd cut in a row. He made St. Clair, Guntersville, obviously, and then here I'd have to go back to Champlain to know if he made that one, but.
And it's crazy. He had a post 100 place finish at Sam Rayburn in the Open.
As you're talking about these being resident fish, you get a clue from when they pull them out of the water. They look so different from the rest of the fish around. They've got the dark, like they've been living in that shallow water, getting a suntan for a long time.
No, it's unreal how black, you see that tannic water that Carl's in right there. But every fish that has come through these mats compared to, you made a comment the first day of the tournament, Tommy, when you catch a lot of these fish off the cypress trees in Santee, they're pale. They got a beautiful chain link down the side of them, compared to, gosh, when those swamp bass, when they come out of the mats, it looks like a different breed from those cypress tree fish.
It's remarkable.
And really, you could watch the weigh-in yesterday and tell, when the guys would hold them up for Mercer, you could tell who was punching mats, and you could tell exactly who was fishing cypress trees. Or up the river, you saw guys like Hunter Shryock. I mean, those fish are almost white.
Yeah.
While we still have Randy Sullivan up, he went and he finished in the low 70s, maybe high 80s at Champlain before we left New York. He was 82nd place out of 88 possible anglers in the Angler of the Year race after Champlain, 82nd, and he is currently 53rd, not far from the classic cut line now, after having a good St. Clair, second place at Guntersville, and then making the top 40 here. So he actually went from bottom 10 in points to 10 places from the classic in just two and a half events.
And you'd think his prospects, at least one of our 2 remaining events, would be very good.
Yep, Fork is not too
Texas
far.
Big Bass action.
He lives just west of Dallas, but sometimes home field doesn't necessarily matter. I wouldn't consider Fork his home, but maybe fishing in the fall is kind of going to be a saving grace for him.
Next stop is Chickamauga, Tennessee River next week, and about a 3-week gap after that before we wrap it up, the regular season on legendary Lake Fork.
Gosh, two great tournaments we've had, Guntersville and this tournament here on Santee Cooper. But what a way to end it on Chickamauga and Fork.
Yeah, we've just.
I hope we look at that next year as having a tournament in the fall or two. It's such a different dynamic for the viewer, for the angler especially.
Yeah, and it's really cool when we can do them in places that we've seen so many springtime tournaments.
Yes.
So people know the lay of the land. All the fans know what they're looking at, and just to see how different it is.
Well, and I think that's what's crazy about Guntersville last week is it's one of the most traversed lakes on the country for Bassmaster, and so many people know about it, but not in the fall. And we saw that with 6 or 7 of the top 10 being relatively underrated or unknown anglers, that the local advantage or the history did not help you, whereas Santee here, no one really has history other than Patrick Walters, so it's an even playing field. There, the fall actually made Guntersville even playing field and allowed some new faces to pop in and catch them the way that they wanted to that given week.
Right.
Tell you what, we might as well ask Davey Height that question as well. Davey, while we got you on the line here, what would be your opinion? Would you be in favor of doing a fall fishing tournament or two every year as part of the Elite Series schedule?
Yeah, I'd certainly favor that. Years ago it was the top 100s, and we started in the fall of the year. We usually have 2 events and then have that winter break, have December, January, and usually February off, and then start the season back up in March. So yeah, I would be a fan of that. It's totally different, and we're seeing that last week, this week, and next week on some of the greatest fisheries. Those 3 lakes, Guntersville, Santee Cooper, and Chickamauga, certainly 3 of the top 10, if not 3 of the top 5 best fisheries in the country. But it is a very different time of year, and we're seeing it be very slow this morning for the most part. But I have been able to watch one angler that I have not seen yet so far this week. That's Austin Felix. And he is fishing a place that I'm very familiar with, but it's different than anyone else I've seen. You see so many of the anglers fishing the cypress trees, punching the vegetation, fishing real shallow, 5 feet and less for the most part. Austin Felix is actually fishing a main river ledge right now. And it's a place that I have fished quite a bit, and it produces this time of year, but not big fish. And this, when you come to Santee Cooper, you think big fish. We almost saw a 10-pounder yesterday. you're going to see some big fish every day, I think, here. But the place he's at is not known for big fish, but definitely a limit-type place. But with the bites being so slow, especially this morning, you know, those 8 and 10 pounders that everybody's fishing for are great, but you see, you hear stories about I had one big bite and I lost it, or you see the anglers come to the scales with one big fish and 2 or 3 other fish, not a full limit. But he is slowly and steadily just moving up the leaderboard, catching just decent limits. I wouldn't call them small limits, but just decent limits of fish, getting more bites than almost anybody else I've talked to in practice and in the first day or two of the tournament. So it'll be very interesting if we come to a Santee Cooper and someone that does not target the big fish, really isn't on a big fish type pattern for this time of year, could move up the leaderboard and possibly win this thing without catching one of those giant fish like we saw so many of the first 2 days at weigh-in.
Davey, looking at the area where Carl and Gussie and so many other anglers have throttled them in jacks, like those real shallow backwaters that don't have a lot of deep water coming into them. We see a little more deep water where, you know, Brandon Palaniuk's in the actual creek where there's depth. But that area where Carl's at, is that an area that those fish live in all year, or will they bail when it gets really cold?
Well, great question, Z. Those fish will stay in there. I actually had a local that was watching Carl this morning, just a spectator, ask, and I say local, doesn't fish here a whole lot, but has fish here some. He asked me, how cold does it have to get for those fish to leave those shallow mats? And typically it's, you know, December or January. Those fish stay in there until it gets extremely cold, and most of those fish go in the early spring, go in and spawn and stay there till May or June, maybe even July, and then they leave. But you have a few of those fish that just stay there and live there basically year-round, and that's the fish that they're catching. The one thing that we have talked about, and I think is definitely going to be a concern, or would be a concern if I was fishing in that area, those fish aren't going to replenish. But there's enough fish in there, especially if only 1 or 2 boats were in there, to win this event. But those fish are not going to replenish. But when you're punching, you know, that bait goes down through one hole and you make another pitch 4 or 5 feet away. I mean, you're needle in a haystack kind of stuff. So it's not like you're able to effectively fish every inch of it. But it is a area and a technique that I think, you know, you're just fishing for those resident fish. And most of those fish do leave in the summertime, but some of those fish just stay in there. You can look at the color of them. They're so dark. They have been living in that thick vegetation for a very long time.
Well, back to Austin Felix and what you filled us in on with him. I mean, how deep is he getting bit when he catches one of those keepers out there?
Well, his boat's probably sitting in 18 to 20, and he's casting up on the river ledge itself. He might even be sitting in 22, 23 feet and casting up on that 10 or 12 feet. I did actually see him throw a top water some this morning. 2 or 3 fish came up schooling. He threw a top water. I didn't see him catch anything on top water, but he's fishing, sitting out there in 21, 22 feet, throwing up on the ledge like you would see on the Tennessee River. He's the only angler I've seen doing this.
Davey, you know Mike McInnes, executive producer of the Bassmaster Elite Series. He is not scared to succeed or fail, and we came up with an idea during our last commercial break. What do you think, Davey Height, of a dual MC where you're up there almost like a talk show situation with Dave Mercer doing the weigh-in together?
When did we come up with that?
Yeah, I bet you came up with that during the last break. You came up with that in the last 5 seconds. It's amazing. It's amazing the way you can come up with stuff, the things that you do. I tell you what, we'll have to wait till the pandemic is over, you know, because we need to keep our social distancing. But when Dave and I can stand right behind one podium together, we'll have to give that a shot.
Yeah, prestige worldwide.
There is historical precedence for that. You look back at some of those classics from the 90s and 80s. There'd be Hank Parker and someone else. There'd be dual hosts at certain points in the proceedings there. I don't know why. Maybe it didn't work out so well. Haven't done it in a long time. Well, Davey, we'll let you keep watching.
I'm good.
Okay. You'll hold judgment on that, Davey Height. being a good sport with us and
Well,
giving us some, filling us in the story on Austin Phoenix.
Talk about derailing it.
Exactly. You know, when we get Davey for the next call, though, I want to. Davey has been in the position that Clark Wendlandt's in right now, and what's been amazing with Clark. It is one of those years, man, where that guy can do no wrong. And I really kind of want to break down with Davey what happens when every single move you make, when you go to grab that trolling motor, you are making the right decision. And that is what we've seen with Clark really all season.
Man, he brought a 5.12 in yesterday in his 18.8 back. He jumped from 29th to 10th seed, and he's 52 points up on Corey Johnson. Now, the AOY is it's not sewn up yet, but boy, it takes some real magic for somebody else to overtake him.
You mentioned it, Such, Austin Felix. We didn't get to see some of his catches, but we're watching him.
Got 3, as Davey mentioned, 3 solid keepers in the boat. No giants, but got some footage of one of those catches from earlier today. Take a look.
4 for 10 1/4 right now.
Wow. Gosh, you have to give Austin and Felix
freaking
a lot of credit. Doing something totally different than the rest of the field that we've been on.
And he has now taken over the Rookie of the Year lead with 520 points. Ito has fallen with his one fish yesterday to 515 points to tie Kyle Welcher for second. So they're only 5 points back, so it's a race.
Oh, yeah. Coming around behind you. Oh, this stupid light's in the way. That's annoying. I should have pulled that out already. Come here. Step over the body bag.
Again, this is Austin doing something, fishing the main river ledge here.
Right.
I don't know if that's a function of being from Minnesota. Just, boy, it's really so different from what we're looking at.
But he's a star. He's bigger than anything we caught yesterday, boys.
Good one right there for Austin Felix. A little bit of
how live are we right now?
How live are we? What on fire?
On what?
What?
Wow.
Coming right at you,
color you're talking about with these fish for these down deep.
Totally.
Yeah.
Golly, that sucker came up dead on.
I wonder what his big one was on day one when he had 20 pounds, 9 ounces.
I think he had 2 big ones.
It's also earlier with Austin Felix.
It's a little bit better one.
Yeah, those are little better average size today than we saw yesterday with Austin Felix.
Oh, yes.
Good deal.
My eyes are open. I'm not asleep, Mercer. I'm good enough I can probably do this in my sleep.
Whoa.
Whoa.
He knows, Z. He knows that he is calm, cool, and collected, and most people think that he is
sleeping
50 beats per minute on his heart rate. He knows that.
I
Making jokes. And he's walking over the camera bag, calling it a body bag. He's relaxed. Very relaxed.
Just
calm,
cutting it up.
Yeah.
Hey, but seriously, when you come to a lake that obviously, listen, Austin Felix does not have a lot of experience here. When you come to a lake where you know flipping and cypress trees and that whole deal is going to be the deal, and you find an offshore gig that nobody else is on. Nobody's doing that in Marion. We've seen Buddy Gross do it down on Moultrie. Man, you've done something because you did not listen to that voice of, I have to go fish this lake the way you're supposed to fish it this time of year. That's awesome.
And you get the additional benefit of being left alone. Nobody's going to be dueling him for that spot.
Even in a place like Jack's Creek that's so populated with people, Brandon Palaniuk's offshore spot, like the ability to have that in the middle of a crowd. Obviously, if people see you, it's a little bit harder, but
it's just better to be alone than be left alone on those ledges.
He said he was good enough to catch him in his sleep. He wasn't sleeping, but he's good enough to catch him in his sleep. Dang.
Austin
like
Felix doing very well this week at Santee Cooper. 42 pounds, almost 43 pounds today. Got him in third place right now. Bernie Schultz having one of his best tournaments, maybe best tournament of the year. We will see. Very well today. Caught way more than anyone has today. Jeff Gustafson and all the rest. We'll be back to check in on them after this.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite Series at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats.
The final turn of our morning session for Bassmaster Live here, day number 3 at this Bassmaster Elite, the Santee Cooper Lakes. Taking a look at our unofficial leaderboard. This is according to Bass Track. We've got a very tight race between Carl Jocumsen and Brandon Palaniuk at the top. But here's the big number, the one that's hovering, and it's playing in the background for everyone. That's number 10. Got to be in the top 10 if you want to fish tomorrow. Final day, championship day. Take you right out on the water to the man with the big limit on day number 1, 25 pounds plus for Australian Carl Jocumsen.
Carl Jocumsen, 2 fish in his live well right now, 1 good one.
Nice for what? You got me. You got me. That's definitely what it...
Take him. We will take him. They're coming in the boat. Look at that. That's how they got to be hooked. Just step out here a little bit. 2 1/4. Chunky one. Let's keep it going. Now I'm 2 bites, 2 big bites away.
What a difference a day makes for Carl Jocumsen. Putting him in the boat this time instead of him coming off.
So fun.
But you know, you mentioned it, Z, one of the great things about today, we're getting to see the punching, but we're getting to see other stuff as well. Steve Kennedy treating us to a completely different look, a different approach.
We'll be close.
Down on Lake Moulton.
I think he's gonna make it.
Exactly right, and this was earlier today with Steve Kennedy, just a solid keeper, and we said Steve Kennedy might be the X factor that would be the benefactor of the weather that's come in with 1 keeper in the boat. Hasn't started yet. Back up Marion right now with Derek Hudnell.
There he is.
That's a big fish this morning, one that's 4 pounds or better for Derek Hudnell. But as we have it right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron Moore, only 1 in the boat so far, but it is a good one for Derek Hudnell.
That's right, he's listed on Bass Track with 1, but this 4-pounder here for a good part of the morning has stood as the biggest bass of the day on the Phoenix Boats Big Bass list.
And he said
it's a way to start right there.
Painful.
It's a way to start right there. Number 1, 4-pounder.
Giant bass yesterday anchoring Jeff Gustafson's 22 pounds plus, the biggest limit of the day yesterday. Yes, this was earlier.
1 keeper right here on the top water bait early for Gussie. So he had a miserable practice, but a big day 2 for Jeff Gustafson. Sharing a little bit of info with your unofficial leader, Carl Jocumsen. Austin Felix, just kind of like Steve Kennedy, fishing in his own world, all alone, fishing offshore here on Lake Marion. Kind of been bouncing in and out, fishing offshore, fishing some boat docks, but a good one right here early for Austin Felix. And not a lot of people saw it coming in that an offshore deal would play here, but Austin Felix making it work and staying consistent fishing offshore.
How live are we right now?
The only guy with 4 fish. Usually we've had several limits by this time. Last couple days.
Good one.
You've made the observation. This little flurry offshore here, he's got a bigger average weight going than when he was catching them a little
Eyes
closer
are open.
shore.
I'm not asleep, Mercer. I'm good enough. I can probably do this in my sleep.
All right, yeah.
I like the confidence.
Brandon Palaniuk started the day with the lead. 2 solid big fish days here on Santee Cooper.
Maximizing an area for everything it's worth. Fishing offshore, been jerk baiting, swim baiting, punching mats if you look at the mat to his left. But really just getting in an area and learning it as the tournament has gone on. Did not catch many big ones this morning. Just keep her fishing. And one thing that we saw yesterday, guys, that we saw when he got throwing that swim bait, he caught one really big one yesterday morning and caught a solid jerkbait fish later in the day in this exact spot. So far today, the bites have come there, but they definitely have not been as big as we saw yesterday.
From 35th place, Drew Cook with a 6-pounder, our first big one of the day. He's got 4 for 11. He's jumped to 8th place.
If you remember, Z, that was my pick to win this event. Thank you.
And there's Carl Jocumsen. Big shot over the bow for everyone else on day number 1 with over 25 pounds. Had struggles yesterday getting fish in the boat. That's going a little better today.
That has not been the case for today for Carl Jocumsen. He's not getting a ton of bites. His primary starting spot in Utah Springs, where he's been throwing a bladed jig, did not play this morning.
Stay on, baby.
Made his way
Stay
to
on,
Jack's
baby.
Creek, how he caught his big ones on day 1, a couple solid ones yesterday. This fish right here has anchored his morning. A good one for Carl Jocumsen.
That's why we're punching.
Just added number 3 just moments ago with Carl. This fish right here. And here's the thing. Carl is...
Take him.
When everything's going right for Carl, it is going right. And so far today, that has been the case. 1 or 2 solid bites from keeping himself in contention.
And if you're just joining us, those are the highlights of our top players that we started the day with today. And this is only day 3 of this contest. This is 4 days of fishing. All these guys trying to hold their position or improve it, just enough to stay in the top 10. And you got a crack at the championship tomorrow.
If you're just tuning in with us for the semifinal Saturday, this is how this tournament's been, boy. You'll have little lulls, but around any corner of Santee Cooper with our leaders, there is a big bite coming. The thing is, you have no idea when it's coming here.
Or if you're actually going to get it,
makes
and then
it
if you
fun.
can get it in the boat.
Right.
It's like, Carl, do you think Carl yesterday could have had 20 pounds? I mean, he ended up at 12.7, but he was more than 20. I mean, that's what was the question.
I think he could have had 20 pounds, which would have...
The ones he missed, just by the ones he missed.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
But, Carl's one of those fishermen, you could tell that he goes in, you talk about that momentum's not real in fishing. Whatever guy said that, I don't believe that, because you see so many guys, whether they're vowing for an Angler of the Year title or they're at the bottom of the standings, you see positive momentum, negative momentum that feeds into the next event or events. Carl's one of those fishermen that, man, when it's going, just the day, I'm not talking about the season, when his day's going right, it's going crazy right. But when it's going wrong, it's going wrong. And I think that big one that he put in the boat today, that gives him a lot of gas going into the second part of this third day.
See, I was thinking about this. What anglers would be on this list of damning the points? I want to go for the victory. You put Carl up there on that list? A guy like Kennedy, Zaldane?
100%. Yeah.
Anybody else? Who's on that list? Who really shoots for the victory every time they go out? Palaniuk shoots for the victory every time.
Right-hand corner. Upper right-hand corner. Brandon Palaniuk fishes tournaments to win tournaments. You know, Davey Height, our guy on the water, fish tournaments to win tournaments.
Well, that's a fact. I remember interviewing an angler saying, I'm going to my first place is where I feel the most confident I can catch 5 fish. And he was considered a points guy and always made the classic consecutive years. And then I think even somebody had to tell him, hey, you got a shot to win this event. He says, oh, yeah, I do.
Completely turn your day around.
Hey, we heard a guy that we covered on day 1 in this tournament who I believe is fishing today, Rob Dye. He wasn't here to win this tournament. He said it. He said, I'm here to cash a check. My year has been so bad. I'm here to cash a check.
56th.
Is that what he ended up?
He was in the cut after day 1 because he had that quality bite on live that he dropped. He only caught 2 yesterday.
Right. But you could tell listening to Rob, it was a different mindset from listening to a guy like Palaniuk, who
sounded like a bass.
You know, he is chasing this tournament to hold the trophy. Rob made the comment on camera, man, I'm just here to cash a check. That's the only reason I'm here.
Well, you readjust your goals right after your practice or from your practice, and then after your day 1 again, and blah, etc.
So this is the bait I've been punching all week. I've just got so much confidence in it. It's a Molex SV crawler. The key with it is that thick body. It's got a thick body, so it helps it go through that super heavy cover, and that hook doesn't keep grabbing everything, so I can just punch clean and free. It's about percentages, getting it down in there. But then the real key is once it's in there, all these little moving parts. Look, I can't, no matter how still I hold that, everything's moving. So when I shake that thing, all of these things are making little tiny micro movements, and those bass are just absolutely loving it. And I pull it to the top of the mat, shake it, everything shakes, and those bass coming up and just eating it straight off the top.
Go taste the bait right there with Carl Jocumsen, and one of the biggest keys that he said right there, bringing that bait to the top of the mat.
Expressed a little concern. He said he started out with 6 packs of those baits, and he's down to 2 now. So
EK,
you may have to be kind of stingy with them.
I don't know if I boil a fuse or what.
Z, in your opinion, do you think, obviously, thick-bodied bait going down through there, it's not a hollow plastic, helps keep the hook from getting the different grass and vegetation, but what's your preference on that when it comes to, hooking up with fish? It's already 50-50 or a 60-40 for you to hook and land fish out of mats, but does that matter necessarily on hook penetration out of a bait like that? Or?
Well, number one, you want something that's compact, that's gonna get through that mat, so you're not constantly hanging up on the top of the mat and not being efficient with it. But the other thing, look, do I think the bait really matters as much as it to me, Carl's whole gig is he learned, Florida 101, bringing that bait to the top of the mat and pass that tip on to Gussie, where these guys have outfished other fishermen in that area. Not as much Carl yesterday, but the other side is you don't want a bait that's too hard to where your hook doesn't penetrate, but you also, Ronnie, you don't want a bait that's too soft to where you're constantly tearing baits, after flipping for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You want a bait that's, as far as the texture is, you want it in that middle ground where your hook is going to penetrate and not too soft to where you're going through, 20 baits an hour.
two guys on top are two big fish guys from yesterday. The ones who are not getting much in the way of numbers today. Good fish, but no numbers.
No, and Derek Hudnell said, look, it's going to be painful to watch me. I'm throwing a weightless missile baits 48, and he said, I have to fish so slow. But if you look at like that tree right there, Tommy, a little bit cleaner water, and it's a tree, it's a group of trees away from that hard cypress line. That's what has been the biggest key for Derek Hudnell so far.
So it's out of your way.
Yeah, he's got a spectator contingent there on hand. Talking to him.
They just hold to these same trees.
No.
Jeff Gustafson from extreme Western Ontario.
Boy, you watch guys like Gussie and Derek Hudnell and Carl, you know, we talked about it. It looks so good on paper, man, when you're cracking a 4-pound average, but you are making thousands and thousands of pitches and skips to cypress trees a day, praying for 6 bites out of those 2,000 to 3,000 pitches or skips. It's very trying, but boy, you can knock one out of the park here in one swing.
Yeah, it's not for everybody, obviously. The ones that aren't willing to put up with that are not going to do that well on this week in October.
With it being the fall, a lot of people maybe not fishing tournaments, maybe they're hunting. They're also, the farm folks are harvesting. It's harvest time, and we just got sent a photo of Mr. Corey Ritter in a combine with an iPad of Bass Live, and he's just kind of, you know, combines have gotten super technological lately where you can almost plan the path and be able to harvest your crops without doing a bunch of stuff, and he's got iPads of Bass Live queued up watching it as he combines.
Nice. Well, I hope Mr. Ritter is not due for a big dumping of rain like we're having right here now, because these guys, nobody can harvest this weekend where we are.
Yeah, at least in Arkansas.
And you know, really, Santee Cooper and Davey taught me this, you know, when I fished there with him in the time of year where, you know, you got fish coming to you, you know, March and April. I was there at that magic 2-week window. It's still, Tommy, it's not one of those lakes where you come off the water, you're like, hey, wow, I caught 50. I mean, you're going to, 2 guys, you're going to catch a dozen. You know,
really?
A good day, hey, maybe, yeah, a good day, maybe we caught 20. But if you take that many shots on this lake, magic will show up.
Well, it's always been on everyone's must-visit list who's into catching a bass of a lifetime, and probably will be for years and years to come.
It's weird. It's kind of like, you know, we talked about the Gunnersville event. It's like you compare Santee Cooper to Santee Cooper, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it does.
We have a tendency as commentators, when we're calling a tournament, you compare it to, you know, when Preston Clark won, or if you've been here taping the show and you see, you know, consistent big stringers. For a early fall tournament, this, to me, this lake is absolutely, it has shown out this event.
It's been a great test. And hey, what we don't like is when someone catches enough to run away and hide. We don't like runaways. And
Tommy, we hate that.
We hate that. I like it when there's a horse race, and we definitely got that going.
Hate runaways. Love big fish.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Palaniuk and Jocumsen were kind of threatening to run away. Palaniuk had a 115 lead on Carl, and then Hudnell was 4-4 back of Palaniuk to start the day, and Guzzi was 4-8 back. Kennedy 5-9, Felix 7-3, Luke Palmer 7-4. Kind of got a little spread out there. A little closer right now, though.
Kennedy to make a little shift in position right here.
Boy, it's been slow for him, Tommy.
What's that?
It's been slow for Steve today, surprisingly.
Yeah. You'd think this had been his day.
But again, if we're going to take our midday break here a little bit, our midday break the last couple days, they get caught, and a lot of times the biggest ones have come in the afternoon session. Yeah. Everybody. And on fire. I mean, it's all good, Tommy.
It is. Everybody's waiting for the afternoon to sort of catch up or keep it going here. We're going to take, as he suggested, our midday break. That's customary. 1 hour, and we'll be back at 11:30 Eastern Time. Take you all the way to 2:30.
Baby.
Of course, a little while after that, weigh-in starts. Make it all official and find out who our 10 are. We're going to fish the final day.
The way to start right there. Number one.
Good bass fishing on the way for you this afternoon, and we will see you when we convene. Bassmaster Live.
That's why we're punching. That's why we're punching right there. What's that?
It's the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Being brought to you live by Berkeley.
All right. It's all about the fishing this afternoon. 3 hours to make some very, very important points about who's going to make it into the top 10 tomorrow. Championship Sunday. Seventh stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series at the Santee Cooper Lakes, legendary place for bass fishing. Carl Jocumsen, Brandon Palaniuk, virtual tie atop the leaderboard right now. These are all unofficial weights. Nothing's official till we get to weigh-in time, which is much later on today. But the top 10 only will advance to the championship on Sunday. Right now, Drew Cook, the man above the bubble, and last week's champ, Frank Talley, the man below the bubble. I cannot say bubble. Sorry. We're getting going here. We're going to crank up the machine. Take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake to get an idea of how our anglers are situated on these two lakes. Really just, basically, it's all about one lake. Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie, sports Zaldane and Steve Kennedy, and nobody else. Buddy Gross down there at the bottom of Marion.
Not a person. Not a person.
No.
Taking a look here. Marion, definitely the consistency has come off of Marion. In fact, it's fair to say, Tommy Sanders, we have never seen a lake so ignored as Moultrie in the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series. But when you get up to Marion, you could see where it has gone down from Jacks Creek up to Low Falls, where all the river systems come into Marion. That has really, those two areas all the way to the far west side of Marion, back to Jacks Creek. We heard coming into this tournament from the I-95 bridge up would be the major player. That is exactly how this has transpired.
Let's take a look at some of the action that's gone down in the past hour. While we were away, here's Brandon Palaniuk.
Get in here.
Yes, sir.
That's the biggest one I got by about double. Oh, hooked right in. That one was on. Nothing like catching them on a cypress tree with 1.25 ounce weight.
That's a shot from Carl Jocumsen's boat right there. So you see how close these guys are. Man, oh man, that's as close as we've seen all week. That was a limit fish, by the way, for this man, Brandon Palaniuk.
Were you on that, going that way? Oh, sorry, I thought you were going that way.
I was coming back up that side.
Well, if you keep having problems, just holler and, I mean, we got plenty of boats around here.
Yeah.
Like you can, I'll just offer Gabe's boat up to you.
Brandon Palaniuk sort of directed traffic a little bit right there. Good crowd out there on the water. They got a real live audience for sure. Now we're back live. Brandon Palaniuk and rigged up and ready to go.
That wind is tightening up the mats quite a bit, so I'm gonna step it up to 1.5 ounces. See if that'll help us get through that mat. Don't really want to go up to a 2 ounce if I don't have to, but I will if that's what I got to do to get through the mats. Because if you can't get through the mats, you can't get the bite. But the bigger the weight you go, the less odds you have of getting a good hook in them, because you're just putting so much more weight in front of that hook point.
Well, let's take a look back at what we've seen today from Brandon Palaniuk. Found a sweet spot earlier today, Z.
Oh, stay on there. No!
Brandon's been keeping it versatile, Tommy, for the last couple days, different baits mixing it up, but he did find a spot this morning after losing one on a jerk bait and losing one on a swim bait. He was able to catch a couple on a swim bait before he went to his punching deal. It's kind of been important for him and Carl to be able to catch fish doing something else and then only needing 3 or 4 bites flipping.
Oh, it just came off.
Little magic spot, little shell bed.
What is the deal?
Right adjacent to some deep water there that he
he's not that big.
Really hit hard for about 30 minutes here and got results.
Yeah, he's been able to do that, even though a lot of people are flipping, a lot of boats in that area, not a lot of boats fishing out in the middle of open water, you know, probing it with different baits. And he had his 5 bites that he needed this morning, but he just lost 3 of them. Then he caught 3 keepers, and this one right here.
Get in here.
Biggest of the day so far. And he mentioned it. If you heard it and you didn't understand what that meant, Carl Jocumsen fishing up the other side, having some fuse or electrical issues right now.
We could tell
so if something messes up, Palaniuk was saying, well, there's plenty of people around here that you're not going to be by yourself.
No, nobody in this neck of the woods is going to be by themselves for the rest of this tournament here. We're dealing with 170,000 acres the size of Kentucky Lake, and much like Kentucky Lake, we wind up at a point where you can throw a blanket over about half the anglers. They're that close together.
Amazing how much just a 1/4 ounce difference makes.
Heard Brandon talk about that wind is going to be some mats harder to penetrate. Kind of crushed them all together. Thicker and more dense.
Had 3 anglers, Phil Limits and Austin Felix on the bottom right there is one of them. He's in 3rd place with 11.5 pounds. But the big climber of the day is Destin DeMarion. His bag is 16 pounds, 4 ounces on Bass Track. He's got a 5+ and a 4 in his limit. And he's jumped from 21st to 4th. Matt Herron's got a limit. He's 9th right now. DeMarion, we should have known. Destin of DeMarion. In French, that means
I did what I wanted to do and got my 5th fish.
This Lake Marion.
We gotta go back to the other side and catch some bigger ones off that deep hole. I got some other stuff I want to try also on the calmer side.
Austin Felix, there's done something really different earlier today, fishing a main river ledge out there and putting some good keepers in the boat. This was moments ago. Back in the boat docks.
Wow. Not a big one right there for Austin Felix. That's the second boat dock fish we've seen him catch, and he's definitely kept them honest, but that one looks like it's way back in a creek compared to the main lake docks where he caught him on day number one.
You know what? Look at that. So much room to spare. So much room to spare. That's why I came in here just to catch this one. Let's go. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Just wait till he catches a big one, then he'll get some animation there for y'all. He'll get a little.
Hey, everybody's got to be patient this week. This is Santee Cooper in the fall.
Exactly.
Tyler Rivette just pulled into 8th place. He's got his limit fish, only 9 1/4, and down a little bit lower in 14th. Kobe Krieger has a limit.
Down. Lake Moultrie still. Steve Kennedy.
You know what's strange, though, Tommy, is Davey talked about this a little bit watching Austin Felix. He has hung in this game to be a factor going into Championship Sunday, really without, day one, he caught a couple really big ones. We saw a nice one comparatively, not one of those true Santee Cooper giants, but he's kind of just hung in the game. Well, Steve Kennedy hooked up here.
I thought he was going to make it there for a second.
But Austin Felix really done it on just consistent 2 to 3 pound fish.
Yeah, no mats, no cypress trees to speak of.
That's why if he can close that 7-pound gap that he had to Palaniuk starting the morning, whether that means Palaniuk has to come back to him weight-wise or he can get a kicker, he's got that minimum threshold.
Around, I can catch some fish. I got to think about it. Most of my fish yesterday came on it. After this time, or about this time. But yeah, if I turn that swim jig, I've never seen
of where Destin DeMarion is fishing.
He's in the Low Falls region.
Did you see that?
I mean, Z.
Yep.
But really not Low Falls like
There's
Frank Talley and Clark Wendlandt, but like
6-inch,
stump hole right before you get to Low
what do you
Falls.
call those things? Chain pickerel. Skyrocketed. I mean, he wasn't as long as the worm.
On the map now, he looks like he's in range of Randy Sullivan. Look, their boats are right next to each other.
Hey, Ron,
Palmer nearby and Talley.
When we do a fantasy fishing
Seriously, he
update, I'd
wasn't as
love
long
to
as
know
the
the
worm.
percentage of Destin DeMarion's.
He took a shot at it. I mean, he was right behind it. So maybe he was going after a minnow that I spooked or something. But
One thing I'll say is he might be from Pennsylvania, might be a Lake Erie guy, but he spends all winters guiding on the St. Johns River, Destin does. So when we started our season there, people would be like, wow, good finish for it. It was actually a poor finish. He finished right there around 40th, and he would have loved a better finish there, but he's used to fishing this type of cover that the St. Johns River, Santee Cooper provides, but maybe he doesn't know Santee well, but it's not like he's just a smallmouth guy.
Boy, he's one of those guys. Destin DeMarion is in 45th in the AOI points, about 16 out of the top 40 cut line.
And he jumped
There's
out.
a bunch of them there.
He was in bucket D for fantasy, and Z, I'm just going to go ahead and lay it on you. Unofficial Rapple of Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. 0.3%.
Wow.
That's about a Frank Talley range for the win last week. It's about the Austin Felix range as well this week. And while we're on it, Drew Cook, he's on my team, so,
Well, he's man of the hour, and so we've got some bonus coverage. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Destin DeMarion. And Destin, good job out there today. First of all, doing something a little different today than you've been doing the past 2 days, or are you kind of just holding the same course?
No, after yesterday, I kind of figured this out. The first day, I was fishing the same area, but I kind of just made an adjustment into what I was throwing. And I think the weather conditions really played into that because of the cloud cover, which we have again today. I feel like the fish are getting out away from the cover a little bit, and I can catch them on a moving bait. Catch them on a chatterbait right now with a Berkeley bait as a trailer. I had to drive the whole way to Columbia last night to go get some more.
Yeah.
Destin, if you can kind of walk us.
Go ahead.
Kind of walk us through the area. We've been up there so much throughout this tournament where everything looks the same. Number one, we do know there's been a lot of pressure up there. What's been the key throughout this tournament as far as the areas where you're getting bit?
Yes. So I think really the key is I'm just throwing something a little different. I'm throwing something a different color. I just don't think a lot of guys are throwing this color, because the fish are definitely pressured. You can tell by the bite. But when I get a big bite, they eat it. Like sometimes the smaller ones will slap at it, but the big ones get it every time, and I don't have a problem with hooking up with them. And I just feel like I'm getting a bigger bite generally because I'm just throwing something a little bit different.
Destin, we saw you have a great finish at Lake St. Clair, and you split your pants on one of those days of competitions. Word on the water is that you ripped your pants today as well. Is that a key to like a big bag and an uptick for you?
I really think it is. I think I ripped my pants even more today, so hopefully that's indicative of what kind of day it is.
Hey, whatever it takes, to put a big limit in the boat. I mean, we're all in favor of it, Destin. How did you prepare? How did you prepare for this tournament?
That's the more limber pants.
How'd you get ready for this one?
I did a lot of studying, just old tournaments. Study on Google Earth. You can see a lot of, the swamp up here in the dump hole area. So I kind of just picked some areas and really just focused my whole practice up here and just trying to find as much as I could up here. I committed to it pretty early because I was getting bites. So I really had to figure out how to catch them. It's changed almost every day, except the last 2 days, I feel like this pattern is getting stronger just with the cloud cover and the front coming in soon. I think they're really just, we're getting a good bite on the moving baits and the power fishing.
Did you have a good practice?
I got a lot of bites, but I can't tell you for sure because I shook almost all of them off. I just cut the hook. I just didn't know how big they were. I figured a lot of them were just average size fish because I did stick a couple just to see. But I could tell some of them when they pick it up. I was flipping mostly when they picked it up and swam away that they're better fish.
Destin, for fishing fans who've never had a chance to fish cypress trees like this, they have a much bigger footprint than that appears above the water. Kind of tell us what goes on under the water with these.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't ever fished here, but I've fished places with a lot of cypress trees. The James River's one of them. I've had good success there. So you cypress knees coming off of these under the water, and the fish will kind of use those too. So even if your cast isn't right on it, you're still able to get bites because there's cypress knees and other wood and stuff off of the actual visual trees.
How many keepers have you caught today, Destin?
I've caught 5 and I lost 1.
Okay. Is that about average amount of bites you're getting?
I caught about 8 or 9 keepers.
And
I was calling, but usually they're just small calls, like a couple ounces here and there.
Have the fish been grouped up and can you kind of call your shots, or is it very random?
Not really. It is kind of random, but just from fishing up here and marking a lot of bites, I've kind of got 2 500-yard circles, I would say, where there's just fish, and I just have to meander around and I'll just get a bite every once in a while within those areas. If I kind of venture outside of those areas, I haven't been getting bites. I tried to do that a lot yesterday, and I think it'd be like a waste of some time doing that. And I'm just trying to focus on the best stuff right now.
When you catch one off of one of those cypress trees, do you kind of bunker in on that one and kind of work it over some more, or do you let it rest a while and go on?
I'll definitely hit it with a couple more casts. Yeah, I'll hit it with a couple more casts, but I haven't been able to catch 2 off of one tree, honestly. In practice, I got 2 bites off of one tree, that was it. But I haven't caught more than 1 fish off of one tree. I might have caught one the day after, but I haven't during the same day.
Did you find those 500-yard circles on Google Earth or during practice?
No, I just came into the swamp a couple days and literally just committed my whole day to just fishing. And I just got a lot of bites, and I would just kind of load it. All right, I'm getting more bites in a certain area. And as the tournament progressed, I just added more dots to that area. You know, there's 2 little circles, and I just added more dots and kind of expanded on it a little bit. But they're definitely in a smaller, contained, like 500 yard circle. There's 2.
Great info.
There's more big than what it is.
Gotcha.
Good info, Destin. Congrats on a really great day out there today, yesterday as well, and continued good results. We'll see you at weigh-in time, man. Good job.
Yeah, hopefully I get another big bite or 2, and really have a good day.
Yes, sir. Destin DeMarion, big move up the leaderboard today.
Of us. On the best stretch.
Boy, not sure if it's the conditions today. Not sure if it's the conditions plus the pressure. But you could start to see that something has changed from days 1 and 2, especially throughout Jacks. It's a lot
you're
slower.
all fresh over there.
Yeah, Jeff
Is it rough on the
Gustafson
lake?
stuck on 2 fish.
Yeah.
Well, you start to look at it, Z. You were talking about Jackson.
Cloud cover pushes them down toward
You
the bottom.
got Destin, who said he was near that stump hole region, not necessarily low falls, but before you get there, you got Austin Felix down. He was around that Utah Springs where Carl started his day, and he's got some other offshore spots around. Bernie Schultz, just east of Utah Springs, and then Matt Herron down in Potato and Wybo, east of Takeoff. And Steve Kennedy, you've got about half the top 10 right now not fishing in Jackson. We might start to see more areas of Marion factor tomorrow if it gets so beat up today that they don't survive.
They're just catching up. They're catching up to
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
When Jax is on and least pressured, it's the best place to be. But as that pressure happens, some other places, that minimum 12 to 15 pounds starts to look a lot bigger because Jax's fish you get 10 or 11 or you don't get a limit.
Which that's kind of what we thought could happen.
For sure.
Carl Jocumsen still on top. The leaderboard provided by B.A.S.S Track.
We're live about a halftime midday.
Guys, we're back in action. We had a little couple of deals just put us out for a little bit, but man, we scrambled and we got it sorted, and I'm fishing again. So we gave them a little breathing room there for about an hour, but we are back. Nothing like a little adversity to get you going on day 3 of a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Feels very good to be fishing right now.
What's the game plan for the rest of the day?
We got 3. We got a nice one, 2 2s. Gussie is just up there to the left. He cracked him on that left side there yesterday, and this is where I lost 2 really big ones. I lost a 7 and a 4, had a couple more bites, and Gussie just said she's fresh. No one's been along here, and so I'm the first person to get along here. So confidence is high, and I'm happy to be fishing right now.
Carl has had overall a more successful day on a lot of fronts right now, especially the issue of putting fish in the boat, hooked fish in the boat. He's done that far better today. Just needs more bites.
Yeah, they really dissected that area in practice.
Got a little bit of wind blowing right in on
together.
this mat, and it looks like heaven.
Here's your current conditions, courtesy of the TH Marine Weather Watch. As you can tell, mostly cloudy, warm day. Everyone talks about it being hot. Wind is a little bit more, depending on where you are in the lake. Some places it's really picked up. Other places you can just catch a ripple or 2.
Tonight about midnight, the scattered storms are going to hit that region, so it's supposed to rain like that all day tomorrow.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't know if...
What'll that do, Z? Well, that's future forecast, Ronnie. I'm not so sure about it, but...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's what they're forecasting.
Yeah, man, this is going to be wide open, guys. Really, I thought we talked about it at length that Steve Kennedy was the X factor, having so much water to himself, which just doesn't happen very often on a Bassmaster tournament. In Open and Elite Series, rarely do you have free reign of 60,000 acres, and you're the only one that's exploiting that. And Steve just had, we've had him on camera 2 days now. He's never reconnected with that swim jig bite that, guys, he was so disappointed the first day of this tournament when he was in the top 6 on stage on day 1, when he's just never found that bite again, and that really blows me away.
That's where I lost that big one yesterday up in this corner. So
these guys dividing fish that you would see Kennedy rise up.
Wherever there's been one,
boy, it's not happened today.
There's little certain areas that they just want to sit.
Standings are settling a little bit more with guys like Brett Pruitt.
Some
and Mike
giant
Huff.
bags got caught here.
Just filled their limits.
Gussie's been fishing that left-hand side. He had 22 pounds with a 6 and a 9. A few other anglers poked up here and also cracked some big bags. So this is definitely an area to be. And we got it to ourselves today, so. Gussie's only got 2 right now on his left side, but he caught his late too, so it is a timing thing. Come back through an area and can crack them. It's all timing.
But going back to that Such, I still think your winner this tournament is going to have one of those giants every single day. I think today, and I also think tomorrow.
I've seen guys get 2 of the giants. Let's see if somebody can get 3 of them. How about that? Get over 25 pounds. Carl's 25.8 is still our big bag.
Well, we got Destin DeMarion today with a 5.4 in the boat. He's hanging in there. 3rd place. Right behind another rookie, Austin Felix, who does not have a big fish in the boat, but a very solid.
I know my mum's definitely awake. She'd be panicking. Nah, the Aussies would be a very tired. Yeah, Mum, it's all good.
I think Carl's
so
big
cool.
bass was 6.15 on day 1. Such.
Noon there, so it's probably, what is it? It's got to be early hours of the morning now. Yeah, it's got to be 2 o'clock or something. Oh, they're up 8. I crack a 7 here in a second, they'll all be really up. They got a Team Jocumsen supporter page and everyone gets on there and it's so cool. I've got the best fans, best supporters. That's why I get fired up, because I know, I get fired up, I know they get fired up. When I'm down, I know they're feeling it too, so I like getting everyone fired up. Some positivity. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Chris will be sleeping. He loves his sleep too much. He'll see it in the morning. I think my mum might be my die-hard fan.
You could tell listening to Carl, knowing where those big fish not only came for him, but other guys that weighed in big bags. These guys have this area of jacks really dialed in to what mats have produced what and what ones have not. And, you know, you just have to want to, it's obvious Carl's all in, Gussie's all in on this.
Where I grew up.
It really comes down to how many are left.
Toowoomba's the main town, but Highfields is kind of the little town just outside of Toowoomba, which is the main big one. So she'll be watching at home. Their dogs. Yeah. It's crazy.
You know, Queensland, Australia is 15 hours ahead of us, so it's 3 in the morning there, and there's people up watching.
Like to see a picture of that.
15 hours ahead of Central Time or Eastern Time?
Eastern Time. Sacrificed a lot of it. Taking me and my mates to the lake just about every weekend. She just knew it was my passion, and she supported it. Probably not in the best way, because sometimes it was on a Friday when I should have been at school. But she'd get me to the ramp, I'd back the boat down, 13, 14, 15, and then she'd take the car and trailer back to home and let us.
Two-part question, where's the best fishing hole in Highfield, and what do you catch?
The little lake I grew up on is called Kubi Dam, and it's electric motor only. It's just small, but there's big Murray cod in there. And then my other lake's called Crestbrook Dam, and it's got Australian bass in it, and that's how I really got into bass fishing and learning on Crestbrook, and fell in love with our bass fishing, which then turned into watching ESPN and watching Bassmaster and learning all the techniques and trying the US techniques on our bass and cod, and that's how it all started. I used to ride my bike about an hour to get to Kubi sometimes with a backpack and rod and reel. I just wanted to be on the lake.
You just ruined Lake Kubi.
Yeah. It somehow led me to fishing the elites in America. It's crazy. That's what I love about fishing. Take it to any level you like.
We're slowly seeing Derek Hudnell, who was fishing just south of the railroad trestle where he did most of his damage yesterday with a spinning rod. He has kind of gotten away from that.
End up having there and went back.
It looks like, Z, that he's maybe not around as many isolated trees or the wide open fields of trees, but rather like almost a hard edge or something if the water levels changed up there in the river that dramatically.
Looks like he's gone into the river.
Yeah. They were saying there was anglers who went all the way up in the river farther than low falls, just keep going, and they said that it dropped, 2 to 4 feet going into day one, which means there was a bunch of current probably pulling through the diversion canal, but then like Davey said this morning, probably less current than he's ever seen coming through the diversion, and they've stopped pulling, so maybe it's stabilized up that river and it hasn't, dramatically changed much from day 2 to day 3.
And I heard your pick, which I think was a very smart pick for this tournament, was, May.
Want to come off there?
Not the day to do that with everybody really kind of struggling so far today. Boy, we've seen that this tournament.
Yeah, that has been a big part of the story, unfortunately. They had time to have any fish come off, but here this week with everything so spare, we'll call it, lean and mean out here, you just can't abide that too much. somehow.
Couple small fish during our break, but we know what can happen here in the last few hours each day of this tournament.
Yeah, most of our anglers are pointing toward a little later on this afternoon, getting things to fire up. Right now, it's kind of status quo. We got Steve Kennedy still trying to get something started down on Moultrie, and he's in the 10th spot, very vulnerable at this point, but he can change that very, very quickly, as is the story with all of our anglers here. We're going to be around when that happens. We're going to do our very best for you. Be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
40 anglers out there on this incredible fishery. Look at that incredible shot right there. Going to remind you that our next event begins next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday at Chickamauga Lake. Lake Chickamauga, historic on the Tennessee River. We haven't been there with the Bassmaster Elite Series since B.A.S.S back in 2014. Wow. Boy, this like Guntersville is a place that takes a lot of pressure and responds, keeps putting out big bass and lots of them on a weekly basis.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. And here's the great thing about it this time around, really almost every time around, is we're going to see some offshore stuff, some boat docks, some grass fishing. It is going to be a hodgepodge of fish catches, but no doubt about it, they absolutely live there. Lake Chickamauga. Let's get back out right now. Derek Hudnell just lost a good one before our commercial break. Has one big one in his live well.
Made a little change. He's fishing a little different look now.
He said he's not fishing those isolated trees. Looks like he's fishing a hard edge, a line of actual like land.
Baton Rouge having his best outing so far. 2020. Here we go.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a giant. Stay hooked up, baby. Stay hooked up. Give me your mouth. How about that one? How about that one for number 2? It's the right kind.
Right here.
2. Number 2. Yeah, it's a 5-pounder. Thank you.
It is amazing how fast things change on this lake.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he has 2 for 10 right now, I would say. If not 10, within ounces of 10 pounds for 2 bites today.
And if not 10, maybe a few ounces above 10.
I would agree with you, Ron Moore.
After cruising all the way, all through the morning with one fish, single fish in the live well. Man, oh man.
Hey, is that our first jig bite on a tree? I'm just calling it.
I think so.
Oh, crap.
Good fish right there for Derek Hudnell. And I'm going to tell you, the one that he leaned into right before our break did not look like a baby.
Oh,
this is something I did not think we were going to see with Derek Hudnell.
Oh, Gussie.
That's a big one.
Yes. He's got a big head. I'm not complaining, that's a big one, but he's meal. Oh, finally, just yesterday.
2 guys who have brought the patience this morning. Derek Hudnell.
One like this.
Jeff Gustafson.
About 4.
They're the two guys who made the big move yesterday, jumped outside the top 10 into third and fourth.
Caught old Big Head Todd and the monster right there. Good one right there. You know what's weird about this tournament? He'll go for an hour or two and be like, man, this sucks. This lake is not. And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, this is the best lake ever.
This is the best lake I ever saw. You know, those two fish we just saw represent 8 hours of waiting. 8 hours without a keeper bite for those guys. Both of their other fish, the last one came at 8 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
But see, and that's the difference of, do you want to go catch a couple 2.5 pounders and you're just playing around with inconsequential fish, or you bring 3 of those to the scales and don't get your limit and you got more weight than if you had a limit of 2.5s?
No doubt. It is, in football terms, it's like running the football for a quarter of a yard every run, and you're like, what is going on? And then all of a sudden there's a 90-yard breakaway.
It takes something special to put up with that.
Got to run to set up the pass. Come on, Z, you know that.
You know, and man, it is so. When I got to experience fishing here with some of the best fishermen on this lake, Patrick Walters, Davey Height, Ken Ellis, who's taught me so much about this lake. But it was, Tommy, we talked about it before our break. Even when I was here during the prime of the year, it was similar to this, to where you're like, what do you got to do? And then all of a sudden, boom, it happens.
They are everywhere and they are nowhere. Does that still fit?
Exactly.
Gosh, it feels good to get bit on, Jerry.
Well, you're looking at 2 of the real good guys on the Bassmaster Elite Series, man. You can't, it's hard to, you know, you want to pull for one, but I mean, they're just 2 really, really good fishermen and really good people.
Absolutely, 100%.
Some new guys in our top 10. Matt Herron with the limit and Brett Pruitt. They're both just a little over 10 pounds, but everybody else hasn't filled their limit, and they have.
Another guy who's been severely tested today, Steve Kennedy.
What a boat ride. We've gone from one extreme to the other. I've been looking for some wind and some clouds, and now it's almost blowing too hard to fish in places. So.
Herron actually just knocked Kennedy out of the top 10.
It's not been a good morning. We're going to stumble on somewhere, though.
Patience paying off for a couple of our anglers there. Steve Kennedy, another guy who's truly being tested here, but he's got time for something to happen there. It's just that best laid plans of mice and men thing coming back to bite yet another angler. It happens every week.
Yeah, Tommy, I think Steve Kennedy trying to reconnect with his friends that he had in practice, and that has not happened. And just listen, Steve has walked us through his game plan, wanting clouds, wanting wind, and it's just not transpired. That bite has left, but somebody actually texted me during our commercial break, a viewer of Bassmaster Live, and said, man, I love the springtime tournaments, but every cast means so much more in these fall events compared to a springtime event. You cannot miss one. You have to be on the ball in this tournament right now, because one of those casts could be what we just saw with Derek Hudnell and Gussie.
As an angler, even as a fan, you have to reprogram yourself for kind of a whole different world of expectations out here.
It's like calling this tournament. You're sitting there, you're like, oh, come on, guys, catch something. And all of a sudden, you see an explosion, and that's what it's about. That's what makes Santee Cooper what it is.
Hey, we're going to keep our eye on Steve Kennedy. I know you've been watching Kennedy, Ronnie, and got something to report to us on that.
That's one thing that's interesting. Kennedy's one of those adjusters, a guy who's going to look at a bait fish that he sees in the water and match his bait to it, try to break it down. He has some experience in biology and whatnot, his background. And he sent a video from day one or from practice. I believe it's from day one. He sent that to me this morning, though, and said, this, I think, was key to my bite. I didn't see this bait fish shallow yesterday. Day one, they were present, and he had those flurries, those moments where the lake exploded for him, like he said. And if you can maybe get a tighter shot, this is a video video he took of these bait fish, and it's not like a cloud of bait that you would see normally where it's a giant bait ball and they're cruising around and they're constantly moving. These are individual, bigger sized bait fish that I sent to Davey Hyde. He said maybe they're mullet, and I circled them. They're around this whole area, but they're specifically a big portion of them right here. And Kennedy was watching them, and they weren't necessarily moving a whole bunch, darting around. They were just kind of just hanging, and they would turn and look and whatnot. But if he got on a bank that had these in there, it would light up for him. And he said he hasn't seen that in that lily pads region of Moultrie or any of the grass, the bank grass he was fishing. It hasn't necessarily been as present. And so for him, I don't know if it was wind direction, if they like being ultra shallow in the clouds, but that day one switch up, that could almost be a taste the bait for Steve Kennedy's success, and why that white swim jig just kind of busting the surface there was so key for him.
Good stuff there, and we
Good
appreciate
stuff right
Steve
there.
sending us that video. That is
Exactly.
really cool. He was thinking of us, and we appreciate it.
And Steve said he did not know what that bait fish was, but the other side of it is, did you see how clear that water was in Moultrie?
Yeah, and one thing, they looked bigger. They almost looked like just sardines out of a can, but like bigger threadfin, or not the bulk of a bluegill, but just like a mullet-sized thing that Davey Hyde said. And if it is, a bigger swim jig would probably mimic it a whole lot more than a standard one. And we know Kennedy likes to fish a big jig around any kind of cover.
Saturday.
That's a straight shot from Lake Moultrie, basically to the coast, to the Carolina coast, South Carolina coast. The two rivers that come out have different characters, and Ronnie and I were talking about that earlier. Every time we've been to Winyah Bay, the Cooper River, very stained, very tannic-looking water. The Santee, on the other hand, always has that dingier look, a little bit more like some of the creeks in Upper Marion up there.
So weird that it comes out of the same lake, yet totally different, which obviously one must funnel a few little creeks and canals in it, which dirties it up a little bit. But Ronnie, I'm going to actually looking at Clark Wendlandt right here with a big day two.
Boy, it made a huge difference in that AOY.
Davey called it. He said it on day one that tomorrow, which would be day two, which was yesterday, he said that's going to be the day for a lot of these guys for this tournament, for the rest of the season, if they'd be able to survive or capitalize and make that jump. And Wendlandt did that. Now he's 50-something point lead in Angler of the Year. We saw Taku Ito struggle for the first time this season, drop back in Austin. Felix took the Rookie of the Year lead. Kyle Welcher tied Taku for second in Rookie of the Year.
Clark got 2 tournaments left after this one. He's done his damage for this one, and it has been significant. I mean, putting that lead way out there, far away from his nearest pursuer, and not to say that he can go ahead and put that trophy on his mantle, but boy, it's going to take a very dramatic series of events in order to unseat him from that top spot.
Yeah, he's 52 points ahead of Corey Johnson, who we don't have a bass track with today, or it's dead. So he's one of the guys who are off the board, like David Mullins and Brandon Card. We haven't seen them. But
well, you talk about Corey Johnson. He started the day in 11th place, so there's not a whole lot he can add, that's in his hands
could lose.
now.
It's really not about falling. Yeah, they're 10th and 11th, so falling's really the key here today, Tony.
Let's take a look at the season for Clark Wendlandt. Started out very solid on the St. Johns River, a different St. Johns River, not the giant slugfest that we had in 2019, but coming away 16th place.
Exactly right. And from there, we went to Lake Eufaula. Clark Wendlandt said he had been burned there before, fishing shallow, was not going to do it. Solid finish in the top 10 from there with a lot of experience fishing shallow at the St. Lawrence River out on Lake Ontario. But now granted, these are a couple shallow fish. Clark Wendlandt did great fishing deeper at Lake Ontario.
Yeah, put up with all a kind of a wild Lake Ontario on the final day. Boy, stuck it out to the end. And Lake St. Clair, absolutely his best finish of the year.
Exactly right. Clark Wendlandt fishing right outside of our takeoff there at Lake St. Clair Metro, getting it done. Really kind of relying on one spot almost the entire tournament. From there, I'm going to call this the most important tournament of the season for Clark. No, I'll call that right there the most important day, salvaging day one, then getting a little help from his friends. Frank Talley up the river, Clark Wendlandt having a solid Lake Guntersville tournament. We said it, guys. coming to this tournament, Santee Cooper, this was going to be a target tournament. Put your nose down, throw at what's in front of you. And granted, he had a very big run up north, but this is how we knew. Tommy, you know it. Seeing how Clark is fishing at Santee Cooper, this is how we knew Clark Wendlandt 15, 20 years ago.
Well, what a great story, Clark Wendlandt. Clark, we've been sitting here admiring your record throughout 2020. It's pretty impressive stuff. I know you're concentrating on the job in front of you right now, but you got to be feeling pretty good about your efforts, your consistency throughout this season.
Yeah, it does feel good, Tommy. What the AOY race at this point means to me is that I've really had a good year. I've not won AOY for sure, and the guys are just so good. I mean, Corey Johnson's catching them every tournament. Taku's been really good. I mean, it's not like, I just would. All I got to do is go catch them, and that's a lot easier said than done, though. So, I wish I could just go say I'm going to go catch them every time. It's been a good year so far.
Hey, Clark, real quick, you see veterans in other sports, making that push, making that final push like a Tom Brady right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So many years on the Bassmasters, you hear anglers say, man, I don't want to talk about AOY. You specifically talked about it a lot more this tournament, probably because we bring it up, but is it on your mind in between the events?
Absolutely. I mean, good grief. It's like pressure ratcheting up and just squeezing me in every way I can. I may not look like it, but and the reason the pressure's there is because it is the title that everybody wants to win when the year starts. I might sit there and say, well, it's not my goal. I don't have a goal. But it's my goal. It's my goal to start the year. I want to win AOY. And so, everything's going well. I've caught fish in situations where it doesn't seem like I should have. It truly has. For me, it's been a magical year, but I still got to finish it out. I got to catch them. And so, I keep sitting there thinking, well, if I have another good tournament, maybe I'll get a little bit of a lead. And I might have a little bit of a lead, but good grief, it just can disappear so fast. You see Taco's, he struggled yesterday, caught only one fish, and he fell from second to 11th, it looked like. You just got to catch him every day.
Clark, every successful AOY campaign involves that winner at some point in the season, and usually multiple points, having a particularly rough day and making a comeback within the context of that tournament. Which one of those tournaments did that happen to you, and which one is the most important in your mind?
Really, Guntersville. I didn't hear all your questions, but really Guntersville, kind of felt like I was really
It's breaking up.
Yep, having trouble hearing Clark right now. We'll get back to Clark. Just losing signal right there in just that one little spot. And thank you so much, Clark, if you can hear us right now, and we will check back with Clark. And, of course, all eyes on Clark from here on out through the rest of the season. So,
he has an average finish of 14.7.
And that's, wow. That's all you can say is wow.
And I'm going to throw it. Last year, it was very uncharacteristic. Derek Hudnell hooked up right here live. It was very uncharacteristic to see Clark struggle, and you guys know this. Clark is one of the nicest guys to cover, but on and off the water, Clark is a gamer, man. He is competitive to no end. It does not matter if it's bago. It doesn't matter if it's, throwing at a cypress tree like he is right here. I promise you, last year when we ended our season at the Angler of the Year event at St. Clair, he was pissed. You could tell it. He had a good event, but it was one of those years where it didn't come together. And I promise that ate at him all winter long.
He was only 6 points out of making the Classic, I believe. He finished 44th in AOY. It was 605 points right near Jake Whitaker, 6'11" to get in.
He was topped out too, though. He was at the top. He knew that he had to win the event, and even then, at the end of the year, winning the event wouldn't have got him in. And that's the hardest thing: is you want to have a shot, and you felt like you had a shot, but by the time the final day of the season comes around, everyone's done their job enough that now you're boxed out, and it's a helpless feeling. You're like, man, I could catch 45 pounds today, and it doesn't matter because I'm topped out almost. Yeah.
How about a new guy in our top 10? Drew Cook filled his limit. He's got that 6-pounder and 3 2-pounders. He's got 13 on the day.
Well, he bounced in and out briefly a little earlier.
Going back to that
6-pound and nobody had a limit yet. Yeah.
Our fantasy fishing guru, Ron Moore.
I'll take it.
And you are. I've said it. You're the Matthew Berry. So Drew Cook, one of your guys, but another one. I thought that Brian Schmidt pick the first day when we covered this, I thought it was a brilliant pick. And I thought it was interesting listening to Brian Schmidt having a horrible day one and then making the comment, look, the water is falling up the river. That's where I'm comfortable. Have a lot of history here. I feel like I'm going to knock their lights out on day 2 and having another epically bad day here. I was stunned at Brian Schmidt's finish.
Hey, you can try to be as smart and crafty with your picks as possible, and stuff happens. Like everybody who picked Lee Livestein, he gets stuck on a stump for half his day, and Schmidt deals with motor problems on day 1 because of sand and stuff upriver, shallow water nature. But no, I thought I was pretty smart too, Z, and that's next to last really hurts my heart.
That's why they call it fantasy, because fantasies aren't necessarily
Exactly. You never know who I'm going to curse, but I will curse one of my 5 picks.
That we know for sure.
One of my 5 picks.
The anglers took a vote, Ronnie. I thought that was a pretty good line yesterday.
Thanks, Z, for that.
It just seemed
help.
Same voter.
It's the same polling place that never polls and asks me anything, Such. Thanks for that.
That's right. Fake news.
It's a total fantasy.
Who's doing this voting poll? Thank you, Such.
Who are these anglers that are voting?
Fantasy people.
Well, they tell Ronnie and Social to knock it off. Quit picking me. Oh, we've had that with Pete Robbins picking Steve Kennedy and that happening. Hey, knock it off.
He told Robbins to not pick him anymore?
No, every time Pete picked Steve Kennedy, Kennedy would not make the cut, would normally do terribly, and then so Pete said, I'm not going to pick him anymore. And then he does a top 10. He's like, okay, I'm back on him, and picks him, and he's bottom 10. He's like, oh my gosh. It was every time Pete picked him, he would do terrible. So.
Well, that's what I was getting at, Z, when I was asking you about who goes for the victory most, because they're the ones who can also fall on their face.
Good piece by Pete this morning on the website.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Running down the tournament at the halfway point.
We normally only get him for the Classic for on-the-water coverage, but today, this week, Santee.
There he is.
He drove down.
That's
Is that Noah?
Very cool, man.
Big day on Santee Super.
He's looking the part, too, Tommy.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Staring Jocumsen down.
Intensity is just something you can't teach.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff out on the water here.
Kennedy's in his area.
Yeah, that's right. We said it earlier today. When a fisherman says, I know I'm around him, he's talking about the other anglers, basically, here this week. It's kind of tightened up, made these giant lakes play a little small, made it a little tougher as if things aren't tough enough. But we've got guys who are up to the challenge. We're going to keep running them down for you as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time. Take a break and be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
Third day here at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Man, oh man, it's not too soon to ask the question, who's going to win? Come on, that's what this whole thing is all about. Are you stoked? Absolutely. Jocumsen, Palaniuk, right there, virtual tie at the top with Hudnell, Gustafson, Felix, and DeMarion, all within 2 to 3 pounds back of those top 2. This is a close tournament, man. This is a great race that we have going on here, and I don't expect it to widen out. I don't expect anyone to run away, but certainly there exists a possibility for someone to do that, but you're going to have to do something that hasn't been done very frequently here, and that's catch multiple super tanker, giant largemouth.
He's the only one in our
but they didn't.
top 5 of the limit.
Felix.
Austin Felix right here.
Good thing they're off of me.
Austin Felix already with a really solid day so far of overall average.
Out there you see that marker buoy in the background, which clues us in. He's back to the main river ledge fishing.
Golly, get out of there. Get out of there. Climb around the body bag. It's a good one. Yes, sir.
He's staying in it, Tommy. He is just, that offshore thing keeps firing.
Yes,
one with fish tomorrow.
Something that is dependable.
I had to cycle through about 6 different baits. I've seen them through a swim bait up there. I've seen them come off the shelf. It breaks off real hard right there. They came off the shelf, just stared at it, swam it all the way to the boat, just sharking it, but wouldn't eat nothing. I tried to get them with a reaction bite with a crankbait and with that jigging spoon. That didn't work. Pitched a Nico rig up there and big call. Now I gotta figure out which one's the little guy. I know I got 2 little guys in there. I think it's yellow.
Good one right there for Austin Felix. And if you really look at his bag today, a lot of our anglers, man, they'll have 1 or 2 giants mixed in with a couple 14.5 inchers. He has a better size average than anything that we've really seen on camera almost all week long, except for Carl and Palaniuk.
Pound and a half cull there. He's up to 13.2 on his bass track. 3rd place by just a little over a pound behind Carl Jocumsen.
It was really strong. I got to tell you, sort of representing this tournament, if you're somebody that doesn't like to watch guys go through the culling process, this is the one to watch because we've seen it very little of that.
Very little.
The next one in our standings with a limit is Destin DeMarion. It's 6th place. He's got the big bag of the day still. And you got to go down to 8th, 9th, and 10th. Drew Cook, Matt Herron, and Brett Pruitt. And Cook's got the 6-pounder, so he's got the biggest bag at 13. Those 3.
Pretty good little bit of wind blowing right now.
Yeah, I would say.
That's what Davey always cautions us. He says, now you don't want that wind to get too high because it can be a problem here on a couple of lakes this size. And you know what he's talking about.
Well, and that's what Gussie was asking earlier. I think somebody came from the main lake or pulled in the area, and he's like, how is it out there on the main lake? And they were probably saying, oh, it's not too bad. But now he's going to think they're lying when he pulls out of Jack's Creek to go in there. Which Davey said in the lay of the lake, Jack's is one of the most protected, if not protected areas from all directions of wind.
Right.
Just the way it's shaped and where the wind would come from in the opening of it, it's protected by the river, all the river trees and whatnot that would block it.
I did not see this coming with Austin Felix today. After being with him yesterday, you kind of did you know, yeah.
Yeah, his bow dock sort of played out, and it was just not going forward very well. Different deal today.
All this water to myself.
Well, I think it was really interesting to listen to him talking about how he saw that individual fish on his electronics, and that fish reacted but did not commit to a swim bait, and got him to commit to a Nico rig.
Which rod should I select this time? I wish they'd just eat a crankbait. Like, it's perfect. It's like a normal ledge. You should be able to grind it off and rip it off the edge of that ledge and pause it for a second. They come up and crush it, but they won't. Gah!
Me and Austin Felix in an area that Davey Height said he knew very well offshore, an area that plays other times of the year.
And it's probably much easier to pull up to an offshore spot, which would be a place that you could go cast after cast after cast and catch them.
Easily to Ned rig.
Much easier to do so when no one's fishing them. It's not like it's a normal brush fire tournament like you follow where you pull up and people have fished it, so it might not be automatic. Here,
oh yeah,
you could it's much more susceptible to fire them up cast after cast after cast than a place where everyone's doing it.
Yeah, you go right to the front of the line and stay there.
15 feet dragging this thing before it gets hung.
Hey, but I'm going to tell you, this is a first for Bassmaster Live. You see a guy punching a mat on Bassmaster Live trying to catch an 8 to 10 pounder and just heard somebody else say, let me throw my Ned rig at him on the right-hand side. That is something said nobody ever on Bassmaster Live.
And the Ned rig guy, shaky head guy, is beating him in the tournament, in the standings right now.
Baby's leaving again. Means I'll probably catch one.
Wow.
Here we go.
25 seconds ago. You can go ahead and say, I know you're going to say it, Such.
4-pounder from Clark Wendlandt.
Wow.
8th place. 3 fish. Just a little over 7 pounds.
He had a good afternoon out in that area yesterday.
He came in with 18.8.
Yes.
Yes. He had put in a 4.12 on his bass track that ended up being a 5.12.
Frank Talley had to basically push his boat into there to make him fishing because Frank had been fishing that place. Immediately caught a good one in there.
It's so crazy that Frank had a shot, still does, to win the event.
Gosh, it is going to be tight. It is going to be so tight for Championship Sunday.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing today for a guy like Austin Felix. He's 7 pounds behind Brandon Palaniuk to start the day, only 5 pounds behind Carl Jocumsen for second. He's not trying to make up all 7 pounds today. That would be great. He would love that. But you pull within 3 pounds, you pull within 4 pounds, half of that deficit when you feel like you're gaining steam in your place and they're losing it probably. When he looks at the leaderboard and sees their lack of weight today if they do not catch a kicker, that gives you way more confidence than you would have ever had if you just were basing off what you caught.
And don't forget Austin actually in a tie with Destin DeMarion, who's knocked out 16.25 pounds today.
And it's not like Felix has just been catching 12 to 14 pounds every day of the tournament. He had 20 on day one, so if he did reconnect with one of his friends and caught a kicker, he could really threaten.
2 5s and 3 3+s.
Meanwhile, our leader, Carl Jocumsen, but very unambiguous about it. He said, I got to get 2 more big ones today. That's a must-do.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Another 5-pounder from Destin DeMarion. It's up to 19 on the day.
Wow.
Second place, virtual tie with Carl.
I do not want to be a BZK, but I will say Destin DeMarion did overshoot his bass strike the last time he had a bag this big at St. Clair by about a pound and a half or 2 pounds. He was supposed to be in the top 10, finished like 12th or 13th because he overestimated. So he could have 19 pounds, but we'll just unofficially say he's close.
That was a BZ right there.
Yeah, that was a nice little buzz.
I just want everybody to be aware before we get all sold out on it's for sure 19.
Come on, Ronnie.
Maybe he's undershooting. You never know. But I will say the last time he had close to 20,
he learned his lesson.
He overshot. I called him out on that too in person
change.
the other day.
Did he not say there was some bass track mistake, or is it somebody else who?
No, he was putting
That
him in
was
himself.
him?
Yeah. But he does have 19 pounds on bass track.
5 pounders. Started the day 21st.
No. Time to catch one.
Like on their live shot, it's like sunny.
I got to.
First-time winners, our last 2 events here in the Bassmaster Elite Series. First-time Elite Series winner.
You don't know.
8 of our 10 here. 8 of our top 10 today would be first-time winners were they to gain the victory tomorrow.
Well, if you don't know, who does? I guess everybody watching the show? I need one more. 3.
Put that last one in as like 212. Like a white.
Yeah, probably is. But I'm all right with it.
Yeah.
Got him.
Scratch marks on the tungsten. Ouch. Caught a 7-pounder and day 1 right there.
No, you're gonna.
That was a close call. Hook never even came through the plastic.
I got a hook back.
2 bites
Good shape though.
in 2 hours.
Carl is going through it in his head. Bite marks on his tungsten, hook not going through the bait, 2 bites in 2 hours.
He pulled on that fish very fast too, if you notice that.
No. Just picked up and was heavy and pulled line back on me. Got to feel his weight, but
Destin does
the best stretch in the whole place right here.
Destin does bring
Wind
20
line
pounds.
up
That'll be
against
the
it.
5th bag over 20 this week.
Yeah.
3 day 1 yesterday.
Gussie, the only one yesterday?
Yep.
The second biggest bag of the tournament.
Yeah, there was at Hudnell had 19-15. Almost like 20 there.
Bernie Schultz and Randy Sullivan back in our top 10. Schultz, 13.5 pounds, filled his limit. Sullivan's got about 10 3/4.
less than an hour ago, he caught his second fish of the day. Good one. If he stays on that schedule, he'll catch one more before the day's over, but he'll have 15 pounds. He's hoping to beat that schedule. Pick up the pace, though.
What was that?
Well, you heard the guys coming in saying you can be around 15 pounds with 3 fish, and Brandon Card proved it on day 1 with 3 for 14.7. And yesterday, he caught his limit, 14.8. 1 ounce more, 2 more fish. And he's off the board today. We can't see his bass track.
And that 14 with 3 fish was a 6, a 5, and a 3. Yesterday's 14 was a 6 and then 4 for 8. So. Patrick Walters, 1 for 1.6 right now. He had 2 back-to-back 14-pound days for the local who knows the most about this place.
He said that kind of burned him, fishing some history. Here. It was my pick.
I do like this. We've got Utah Springs, we've got Jacks Creek, we've got Low Falls, we have Stump Hole, we have Potato and Wybo, and then we have Moultrie, all represented basically in that top 10, top 12 region, because Kennedy's obviously fallen down, but
Moultrie's an entire lake.
Yeah, exactly. They're all little areas that are all somewhat near each other.
You pinpointed areas down there in the preview video.
Yeah.
Davey, and you did.
And Kennedy's living in the region we didn't even pinpoint. We pinpointed the western side of Moultrie, and he's on the eastern side.
I heard you playing some old video from the elite events, and even before the elite events here at Santee Cooper, and some neat stuff, and it all looks the same with the cypress and swampiness and vegetation.
I'm surprised we haven't, as much as Utah Springs, the Brickyard, Rock Pond, that region that Davey referenced and that the elites were, did well in last time. There's only a couple people in that, Buddy Gross, Jake Whitaker, and right now Austin Felix in those 3 areas, basically straight from takeoff on the south side of the lake towards the dam. And Matt Heron is literally the only angler in Wybo Creek, which is the closest one to the dam. Boat docks, those types of things.
Has anyone lived all week in Tawkaw Creek where the launch?
I don't know if they've lived all week, but a couple people stayed there. Drew Cook stayed close a little bit this morning, then he moved. He's in the Low Falls region. Hank Cherry's got an okay bag today. He's also been in the top 25 roughly for this event.
Has Matt Heron been in there all week?
I don't know if he's been there all week, but I know he's been there all day today.
Right.
Same thing as Brett Pruitt was in Moultrie for just a couple minutes. At least he might have caught a fish or 2 early on day 1 when it was Zaldane and Kennedy were the only ones in there. Zaldane was in Black's Camp region.
Ronnie, we saw, which feels like a week ago, that Patrick Walters was in that diversion canal. Has there been much other attention throughout the tournament in there?
No. That's what I was just mentioning. The closest people to Moultrie and the diversion canal and those types of things are Buddy Gross, Jake Whitaker, and Austin Felix, and that's just from the Utah Springs to the Rocks Bottom or the Rocks Pond region. We actually are looking at, there's a second boat.
Zaldane is in there with Kennedy.
He's in that upper bay east of the diversion canal on Moultrie. Zaldane is. So I would literally say there are 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 8 boats from Tawkaw Creek east, including Moultrie. So east of the takeoff ramp on Marion and Lake Moultrie included 8 boats. Everybody else above the 95 bridge, basically.
Wow.
You're only going to need about a ½ ounce, maybe a 3/8 ounce weight at the end of this event to punch through the mats. As many big weights are going to be breaking up the mats and whatnot. You're not going to need much.
Dropping bombs out.
Well, does the wind compress them back, though, a little bit, Ronnie, after we busted them open?
Yeah.
A couple more just got their limits. Jake Whitaker, small limit. He's 13th, about 9 pounds. Drew Benton with 10.5. He's 19th. Limit may mean a lot at the end of this day.
Boy, Tommy, it's fair to say the mercury move of the day so far, and I hate to say it, I'm not sure any of us in studio really saw this coming. But Destin DeMarion right now, unofficially, is tied for the lead and still has, if you look at his weight unofficially at 19 pounds, he has a lot of room to grow the rest of the day. That is the mercury move of the tournament so far, and doing it in an area of the lake as far up Marion as you can go, doing it in an area of the lake that has got so much pressure throughout this tournament. Destin DeMarion, you are the mercury move of the tournament, Tommy Sanders.
That bait come from what place?
21st today, 45th on day one.
Oh my God!
He said, what was it? That brighter bait change for a bladed jig, I believe he said.
Yeah, he was all about
changing
the
colors.
Bait. Yeah, color. Absolutely interesting development here. Halfway through the afternoon, or not even halfway through the afternoon here. Jocumsen, Destin DeMarion tied at the top. Brandon Palaniuk just right behind, and Austin Felix hanging in there. Eric Hudnell as well. Tighter and tighter. We'll be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon.
Starting the clock for the fourth quarter of our coverage today. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Glad you could spend a little time with us today. How can you resist if you like that? It's one of the classic bass fishing lakes in all these United States. Santee Cooper Lakes. What a place to have a tournament where the conditions are just, red hot during the fall, during the spring, or right now in the fall during the transition when they're most challenging. Things really tightening up on that leaderboard. And of course, the tightest squeeze is the squeeze into 10th place. You got to do that. You got to do that if you want to fish tomorrow for the championship. Drew Cook. Randy Sullivan has entered the top 10 ahead of him as well. So changing constantly changing. Tell you what, the music.
Yeah, exactly, Tommy Sanders. And really, you know what? We're going to give it to you. You only have 3 bass in your live well right now, but somehow scratching, clawing, and unofficially still at the top of the leaderboard. Boy, he has not swung many times here on Santee Cooper, fishing back in jacks, but this bass right here, I'm going to tell you, one of the most critical for the week for Charles Jocumsen. Tommy said, no, Carl Jocumsen. That was fish number 2 earlier today. One more keeper here, and I don't know how, because we've seen a lot of other fish catches.
Him?
Carl Jocumsen,
we will
if
take
he
him.
swings the bat 2 more times,
coming in the boat,
he will be in great position for Championship Sunday. But hey, why don't we get out to our guy, Davey? Hi, Davey. You're out there right now. What are you looking at, friend?
Well, I've been moving around quite a bit. To be honest with you, looking for Bernie Schultz, and he's got a good hiding spot because I have not been able to find him. But here's one person that has been easy to find because he's out on the main river channel, and that's Austin Felix. And he is stayed on that river channel basically all day, ran over to some boat docks just for a little short while, but he has been super patient on that river ledge and just catching a few fish now and then. The good thing about him and where he's at on that main river ledge is that some fish could move up there and move through there, unlike a lot of these other anglers. But gosh, we knew this tournament was going to be exactly like it's turning out. A big fish here and a big fish there. You don't necessarily have to catch 5 a day to be able to win this event, but you're going to have to catch some big ones. And we saw them yesterday, almost a 10-pounder. In the fall of the year, that's a super fish, no doubt about it. And, we had 3 or 4, I guess, today. Maybe if we've got one 20-pound stringer, we've had several of those. So the fishing is not supposed to be easy this time of year, and it certainly is not. The one thing that has somewhat surprised me, we've had a little bit of wind. Now maybe it's a little too much for some of these anglers wanting to fish shallow, but the clouds and the wind, I really thought it would help a little bit. I didn't think it was going to be lights out like it would be in April, but I thought it would be a little better than it has been today, but it hasn't. But here's what's so important about these fall tournaments, and the last time I spoke with you guys, we were saying, would you like to see a fall tournament or two in the future? Mm-hmm. I would, because you have to stay focused. You hear anglers talk about, well, it was a grind. Well, a grind is when you stay mentally focused and hey, I'm only going to get 3 to 5 swings all day long in 8 hours. If you're distracted, if you run around and try to do too much, it's not your kind of tournament. So it's really cool to see that and to see all these anglers, how they're adjusting. So here's another thing that is surprising for me, because I actually picked Patrick Walters to win this tournament. I saw him about 30 minutes ago, one fish in live well, and he's been up in the swamp, mid-lake, and said, I'm going down to the lower end now. So he's doing a lot of moving around. He knows this lake really, really well. Hopefully he'll run into 1 or 2 good ones this afternoon.
Well, Davey, while you're there with Austin Felix, something you said about him intrigued me just a second ago. You said he may be encountering some fish out there who are actually on the move. Are they more likely to be travelers out there than these ones that are bunkered in under these mats?
Yeah, Tommy. So here's the deal. Those ones that we've seen these guys catch in this shallow water way back in these areas that you typically fish in the spring of the year, I think the majority of those fish migrate out of there and come out into these bigger creeks and even on the main river. But here where Austin Felix is, and I'm not going to give his exact location away. He's had a few people fishing around him today already. I don't think he needs any help from me and divulging his place. But where he's at is a river ledge close to a main creek, and there's a lot of shad headed in that creek, migrating in that creek right now. So I think some of those fish that have lived out on the main river will be migrating into that creek with the shad. So I expect to see him, have a chance to get 5 or 6 tomorrow. Again, good solid bites. It's not known to be a big fish place. I mean, he'll probably catch a 10-pounder because I said that. But it's not known to be a big fish place, but it's certainly known this time of year to produce keepers of bass, and that could be so important. I mean, it's so volatile when you only get a few bites. Carl has taken advantage for the most part of his bites today, but man, when you're only getting 3 or 4 keeper bites a day, you're just it's going to be tough to win, because if you don't capitalize on 1 or 2 of those bites, you're just not going to have the weight you need to win here.
Davey, we're going to have another wide open tournament, a championship Sunday, just like we did last week at Gunnersville. Not going to ask you in angler, but this seems to be, boy, your pre-tournament report with Ron Moore was spot on the areas that we're going to play. So you've got guys that are in jacks, low falls, as far up Marion as you could go. Which area do you think will continue to produce going into tomorrow? And which area do you think is going to die?
Well, I think obviously, y'all have seen where there's just a lot of people in both of those areas for this time of the year. Because they're back in where I've seen, looking at the lay of the lake, the guys in jacks that are punching, most of them they're shallow. They're way back in that stuff, and I just don't see those places replenishing at all. I'm not saying they've caught everyone in there yet, and maybe it'll have enough for one angler for one more day. But I would say the guys that are fishing those trees and that area there between Stump Hole and Low Falls where a lot of those anglers are, that's a big area, and there's thousands of trees. Even if it doesn't replenish, they haven't touched the amount of fish that live there. So I know there's enough fish there for an angler or two with only 10 going out. for an angler or two to have a chance to win. But, you know, with Derek Hudnell, I happen to be listening. I don't get to listen to y'all all the time, but, you know, that one good fish he lost before he caught that big one, I mean, that's a game changer. This is one of those tournaments, and in my career, I would say, man, I had a chance to win that one, but you really don't very often. You maybe could have finished better than you do, but very seldom do you actually have the fish on your line or on your hook to win a Bassmaster tournament at any level. But this is one of those events where there will probably be 10 or 12 people that can honestly say, I had the fish on to win and I lost it, something went wrong, you know, got me hung up or whatever. But this will be one of those tournaments, but there will legitimately be a dozen guys, I think, that could probably say, I had the fish on to win that event.
David, we had a real interesting conversation with Clark Wendlandt just a little, I don't know if you heard this or not, just a few minutes ago. And we sort of diverted him a little bit from the business at hand and talked about the race for Angler of the Year. And I know Z wanted to ask you a question related to something that Clark told us. So Z, I'd like to hear you pose that question.
Absolutely, Davey. And you know, you've gone through what, you know, and Clark has won, you know, Angler of the Year titles in other organizations, but you've gone through exactly what Clark is going through this year, to where every single decision is correct. It's the right decision. Doesn't matter if you're shallow or you're deep. Talk about, look, we've only got 2 events left. What it's like in between, not during the tournament, because you're going through the motions, but talk about the mindset outside of the event.
Well, the cool thing, and I didn't hear that conversation, but I'll just give you my 2 cents worth there. First of all, Clark's been there and done that on the FLW side. So we all know what a great fisherman he is. We all know what a great person he is, what a great family he has. So all that's been consistent. So why does Clark Wendlandt not even make the Bassmaster Classic last year? Just little small decisions that he made, and they didn't pan out for him. Why does he have a commanding lead in Angler of the Year 1 year later? Because every decision he's made has been good, except I will say this, because we saw it at Guntersville. That day he had at Guntersville, the first and the second day, the first day, the way he didn't let the wheels come off and just caught him a limit. And then the second day, changing up with a little bit of help from Frank Talley. But he had to go catch those fish. I mean, we all can get help from people, but then you've got to put your head down and go make adjustments to catch those fish. So just between winning the Angler of the Year and barely missing the Bassmaster Classic is just 2 or 3 decisions that just you made decisions and they didn't work out for you. But Clark is just as good a fisherman this year as he was last year and many years before. He's one of the best, no doubt about it. But everything has to go just right to be able to win AOY or to have a commanding lead like he does this late on. I will say this, though. The second AOY I won the first 2 events of the year, obviously had a big lead to start the season and had a big lead with 2 tournaments to go. And a lot of people, including, I remember Jerry McKinnon saying, it's over. I said, it's never over. These guys are good. I finished 73rd in the next to last event, and everybody knew, including me, it was far from over. Everything tightened right up. I was able to squeak out a good finish in that last event and win. But it's not over till it's over. But Clark has made every decision work out for him this year. And I do know this. He's had a lot of success, but this would mean the world to him. This would mean the world to him to come over to Bass in 2 years and win an AOY.
Davey, back here in this tournament right now, one of the most stunning things that has transpired is you talked about it this morning of Steve Kennedy being the X factor. But the one thing, Ken Ellis, we talked about it. You know him. You introduced me to him. One of the best fishermen on that lake made the comment before this tournament, Moultrie is dangerous. It will burn you. It will not be consistent.
Yeah.
What happened there? Because if there was a day that he was going to maul him, it was today.
Yeah, Z, there's so many factors. I talked about this a little bit this morning. I'm sure we got a lot of viewers that didn't hear that, but if I could name one thing, and a lot of lakes you can, But I just have to be honest with you, I don't know. And I agree with you. Ken Ellis has more knowledge of this place than anyone I know alive today. And I don't know if he could tell you exactly why it is as volatile as it is, but he knows that it is, no doubt about it. You think about the currents, you think about rising water, falling water, the wind direction. Moultrie is a lot like Lake Okeechobee. And when you get a south wind like we have today, south-southeast, and in practice maybe it was blowing the opposite direction, that lake is going to be higher. It just pushes that water across this big bowl. And that sort of stuff affects those fish. It affects whether those fish get up there in that shallow grass. And Ken's exactly right. That place is dangerous. But when you're fishing shallow, when you're fishing the bank grass like Steve Kennedy is, boy, you're really, it's not surprising to see. But then this morning I was talking about, man, he might smash the biggest stringer we've seen all week, because I thought it was possible, and it still is possible if he's able to make tomorrow. But that place is just, it's Moultrie's made for a one-day event, not a 4-day event like we have here.
Davey, we said yesterday, people have been pestering you to death about previews of this lake since we first started thinking about coming here this time of year. And you've been cluing us in on the real deal, how much it's going to be dependent on one big fish, two big fish a day. And we've seen that play out. The guys at the top have had that. But it's been a different guy every day. Today it's Destin DeMarion. That just points to even more of a wide open shootout tomorrow. Just like a spin the roulette wheel and see where it lands, right?
Well, we like to watch Bassmaster live, and whether it's Lake St. Clair where they're catching 173 fish apiece, every one of the anglers, or it's a Santee, Cooper, or Guntersville, or Chickamauga like we got coming up next week. But to me, it's so exciting you can't pull away from watching or listening to the event, because one swing, somebody lands a 9-pounder that only had 3 or 4 fish in live well, and they go from 10th place to 1st place just like that. And it could happen this afternoon and put somebody in the top 10, and then it happened to them the next day and win the event. I think it's very possible that someone right now looking at Bass Track that's about 20th place could catch a 9-pounder, which we saw yesterday. It put them up in the top 10, and then catch another big fish tomorrow. It's not easy to do consistently. We've seen that, and you mentioned that, Tommy. But if you did that in 2 swings in a day and a half, could be, hoping that you're going to make a decent check and some decent points and win the event tomorrow afternoon.
That's just
hey, Davey, real quick, the anglers have voted, the anglers that are not on the water right now, and they want you to pick a winner for the final day of this tournament. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
The anglers are voted, Davey.
Z, I really do want to give you an answer, but let's go Derek Hudnell, just because he's a great guy and he's made a big move the last day or two.
All right.
I like it.
Duly noted. That's giving the people what they want here, Davey. Thank you, Davey. Great stuff from Davey High out there on the water. Just awesome. That polling group, that Phantom polling group.
Shoot, man, they are just on it. When you text them a survey, they answer it. That's for sure.
They are demanding too.
We got Such and Zona blowing up the polling studio.
Yeah, the Twittersphere is going crazy, man. Clark Wendlandt with his 4th fish. He's up to almost 9 pounds, and he's solidly
Still
inside our
3
top
fish,
10.
Guys. Hunting down 2 bites.
Looks like Palaniuk might be making a run here.
This is how I think I can get 2
I know it might be a little cloudy or drizzly or something, but he's putting a jacket on to head out.
They could bite a reaction bite, but this is where my confidence is at. This is where how a lot of big bags got caught. They're still getting caught in the clouds. Gussie just caught a good one. I'm in good areas. It's going to take 2 flips. Just need them to cooperate a little bit, but on the way out here I might keep chatterbait style and reaction fish a couple of these isolated clumps out here. And then with this wind, it should be pushing some current through that river, so I might jump down that line too. Got plenty to fish. Staying focused. Just making each flip count. If I get a bite, I'm going to have to capitalise on it. We're 2 bites away.
These leaders, day 1 and 2, have not caught a fish since the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I was
or
just
landed
thinking
a keeper.
With that being said, both of them caught fish late in the day yesterday after we actually went off air. Carl finished his day off.
And then Palaniuk caught one more after he caught that 6. That 6.5 was his 5th fish. He caught one more to Cole that we didn't see.
Take you right now live over to Austin Felix. He's hooked up.
A different body of water he's fishing on.
Come here. Come here. I don't know if he's gonna help or not. Let us see.
See the 1.5 pounds is he's got to be.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I just gotta make sure none of these other ones. Yellow, black. Red. Oh yeah. Give me some of that.
It's like an onion, Z. You got to just peel him back a little bit. That morning, he has a fully formed onion with the shell. You got to peel him back by midday.
Onions have layers. He's a character.
It's almost like it grows through the day, Ron.
Yeah.
He could be, or he's like cake. You could say he's like cake. You know, cake has layers to it.
Parfait's one of the most delicious things on the planet.
Such is having himself a time with the Shrek references. I know.
Eddie Murphy with the parfait, one of the most delicious things on the planet.
Hey, those little culls could be so huge tomorrow.
I was just thinking, if he could make it to 15 today, how big would that be?
What if an offshore angler wins at Santee, a guy going upriver wins at Gunnersville? Like, somebody's going to win in the Hiwassee River at Chickamauga next week.
Sure. Hey, it's the fall. Who knows, right?
No doubt.
That put Austin Felix within 6 ounces of the lead with 13-14 on the day.
And he's got a lot more room to have errors, though, in his weight because he's got 5. Those other guys only have 3 fish, or, you know.
Palaniuk 4.
Yeah, Palaniuk 4.
Carl 3. Well, only 2. But he's got 2 of the right ones, a 4 and a 5, that's for sure.
Those.
He's more than happy, apparently, to play the tortoise in this tortoise versus big fish catching hare race. Slow and steady is his game plan, and who's to say that's not going to be the winning one?
Well, you'll take 5 3-pluses all day long here. That's 17-something average.
Supposed to be windy.
Gosh, Ronnie, look at that. Your buddy Jake Whitaker, 3.5-pounder. He's in our top 10 at 9th right now. And Brett Pruitt just climbed back in there.
The good news is at least
knocking
it'll be
Randy Sullivan
too.
out.
It's hard to know if those guys that catch 14 a day or 14 to 16 a day will have that opportunity. They might not have caught a giant each day, Z, but when you get to the final day, if you can have 14 minimum and then stumble upon a giant, you could have 22, 23 pounds or something.
Absolutely. And I mean, I would put it that he's even closer to 15 than he is 14 right now.
Like everybody was saying, you could have 27 one day and half of that the next day, and we've seen it.
Yeah, there'll be a couple different ways of weights to get there, you know. Felix going from 20 down to 12 up to 15, or a guy going like Destin from back in the pack coming up every day.
Big fish is what's been doing it, Ronnie.
They have indeed. As we bring it into the Bassmaster studios, we wanted to talk about those big fish, those game changers, those ones that are really important. And overall, man, we thought there was going to be a bunch of big fish caught at Santee Cooper when it was originally scheduled in April. That was going to be a given. We knew what the 2006 Elite Series produced in April here. And when we look at the top 10 fish, the biggest bass of the season for the Elite Series, we see a bunch of St. Johns River. And that's obviously the first event of the season, primed up in Florida in February. You expect to catch those big ones. But we start to see a couple Santee Coopers in there. A 9.7 from Jeff Gustafson, the third biggest of the year. John Cruz's 7.14. He really needed that. Made the cut, got a little bit of his mojo back yesterday. We saw Zaldane with a Gunnersville one right there in the top 10. Everything else St. John's, but big fish are crucial. And Tommy, of the top 25 fish of the year, biggest ones, 8 have been at Santee in the fall. That's just credit to how good this fishery is, and every single big bite's going to be doing that. And we saw Carl, a couple big ones on day 1, couple solid ones on day 2, and then he has that big one to his bag right now.
There's your day 1 fish.
6.15, 6.3, right, Ronnie?
Yeah, he had a 6.15, a 6.3, and I think a 5 and a 4, and then today he's already got a 4.5 to 5 on Bass Trek. And if we're looking at his biggest 5 fish, Carl Jocumsen's big 5 from the first 3 days, you see that a lot of them on day 1 because he had that average, you know, a bunch of 2.5 to 3 pounders yesterday. But adding that 4.5 to 5 today gets him an opportunity to have closer to a bigger bag.
Pretty fair to say, Tommy Sanders, if Carl's able to put 5 fish a day together in this tournament, he will handily walk away with the trophy if he can put 5 together.
In a cakewalk, for sure.
I wonder,
absolutely.
I'm going to see if he likes this punching deal. I'm wanting to see if Carl makes a switch up. Maybe runs back a little earlier, fishes that place that he can throw some moving baits in the wind. We'll see.
I'd like to see that, as a matter of fact. It just, the wait time is so long. I'm not as patient as some people. But be patient. We'll be right back after this.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, being brought to you live by Berkeley.
A treat for all of us to be able to return to this place that, well, those of us who've been around long enough have not seen for a decade and a half. 2006 was the last Bassmaster Elite event here at Santee Cooper. It's a great, great tournament. Everyone knows it's super challenging. It's the fall transition. Everybody's trying to make it into that top 10 right now. But for all the challenges, here's one great attraction of this tournament. Despite everything, I'm going to steal from Ronnie Moore. He just told us this statistic. A third of our big bass, our 25 big bass of the season, have come from Santee Cooper in
the
2.5 days.
In the fall. In a terrible time.
Yes.
We're not done.
As we go back out to Palaniuk and our TH Marine Weather Watch, tomorrow's outlook, very important. Warmer still. Chance of showers. The winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, about the same wind that was predicted for today. Chance of showers. All right, we're frogging, folks.
Uh-oh.
Oh, can't wait to see a frog bite happen. Come on. We need one to crash that frog.
I feel like I was looking at Steve Kennedy on the map, just down in Moultrie by himself. I feel like that's if you made the run to the Santee River, the Cooper River from Wendlandt Bay by yourself. Like, it's not that long of a distance, but like, just imagine just going there and you just have a whole entire region to yourself and never seen another person, but you're like, God, it's just not working. Like, it's so close to blowing up and being able to have a big bag and just can't quite do it.
Yeah, you're kind of like the Omega Man with the full run of the city. No one else is there.
Omega Man.
I was thinking Lonely Maytag Man.
Yeah, that too.
Frank Talley, his limit, he's back in 9th. where he started the day.
All right, Frank dropped out
Trying
of
to
the
make-
top 10 early and has climbed back. Good
Trying
on
to-
him.
Trying to make 2 in a row.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, if you really watch what Brandon Palaniuk's
That'll help. Are you believing that? Should have been here earlier. I didn't get a bite right here in practice. I didn't fish around the side. I went around the other. Around the other. Give me 4 something. 4.8.
Ooh, wow.
How about that? And I told you, somewhere on this lake they're feeding. 4.8.
It's a good one right there for Steve. Kind of like when we were all starting to write Steve Kennedy off down in Moultrie a little bit.
That's his 3rd fish. That 4A puts him in 8th place, 5.5 pounds off the lead with only 3 fish right now. He's got 3 for about 7 1/4.
Boy, I don't think we need to go far away
Man.
from Steve Kennedy. That looked
Super
promising.
aggressive.
You knew when he hit that one, that was a better than average size fish.
Oh, come on.
And he's the only guy in our top 10, that's throwing a swim jig, but I know other guys are throwing bladed jigs and whatnot, but that moving bait bite had to make an appearance at some point.
Yeah.
Even though he might be fishing it like a topwater sometimes.
That's not one of the bites I got in here before. The thing I had in here before was little. I say little. There were 2 decent ones.
One thing I was going to say about Brandon Palaniuk, you guys made the comment about him throwing that frog. He's kept a lot of different stuff honest today. And it's been a grinder for Palaniuk all day long, except for that little 9-minute flurry that he went on earlier.
Ooh. Stick.
Yeah, he's kept an open mind throughout the course of this
No
tournament.
doubt.
That's it. That's to his credit. Right in the thick of it.
Gosh, you can't take your eyes off Kennedy right now. You feel like it's going to happen again any second.
Well, we got us one. Do we have enough time to get another?
Such a different look down there.
Come on, baby.
Half the videos look like we're at Lake Okeechobee or the Harris Chain or something, and the other half look like we're in Louisiana and
Right,
the
I was
Delta.
going to say, it looks like the Sabine.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
When the guys would run halfway to
when you got
Houston,
Derek,
yeah.
you got Hudnell's fishing in the dirtier river type deal. Palaniuk's around some cypress trees, and then there's mats everywhere for Carl, and then reeds, and so many types of. There's 4 different types of vegetation right there in Kennedy's view.
Speaking of which, shout out to all our friends in Orange, Texas. Great friends they are. Having to put up with all of that mess that's been down there weather-wise the last 6 weeks. Hope they're doing good. Hope they're hanging in there.
And you got Austin Felix fishing out on Lake Champlain right now.
Yeah.
Bill Lone with a limit is knocking on the door of the top 10. He's virtually tied with Frank Talley. 40 pounds, 3 ounces.
Well, you'd think a tournament requiring so much patience and so much ability to work over a shallow piece of cover. Bill Lowen would be right in the middle of it too.
And
It's like he's
Tally,
getting somewhere.
Tally in 10th, Randy Sullivan in 14th, and
Luke Palmer and
in
Morgan
20th.
Taylor.
Those are the top 20. There's 3 anglers that have a chance to go back-to-back with top 10s if they could do it. Palmer started the day in
Mr.
7th.
October.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fat chance for Morgan Taylor. He's only got 2 fish today. He started pretty far down, and he's 37th right now.
I do love it, though. I will talk about this, and I want to talk about this, but everyone's been on this kick in 2020 of saying, let's do a tournament trail or a tournament specifically with Bassmaster that doesn't feature electronics.
Everybody, come on.
Steve Kennedy hooked up. And this is it. These 4 events are that you're going to see 1 or 2 dudes maybe do it.
A little bit of Austin Felix today, and that's been it.
They got their wish.
Yeah. But that's just, I mean, come on now. Don't box these guys in as only electronics anglers.
Boy, what a 3 to 4 pounder would do for Kennedy right now.
Oof.
All of them.
All of them.
Hudnell, Jocumsen, they don't have a limit. And Felix needs a 4-pounder to make his bag bigger, and then Kennedy needs another keeper.
You know what was funny was when we asked Davey, you know, who he thought would hold
Hudnell.
the trophy, he said Hudnell, but my gosh,
Don't
it
have
is
to
so
happen.
hard to predict.
Yeah.
Toughest one ever.
And really, Tommy, I'll tell you, like, you know, the latest tournaments that we've commented, you know, that we've called together, you know, back before we did live, we did not. We just didn't have tournaments this time of year. These are very complicated tournaments to call. They're but it's what, you know, from a viewer standpoint, to join us tomorrow for Championship Sunday, you have no idea what can happen tomorrow. It's just, you could sit here and you know, armchair quarterback what you think's going to go on. We have no idea in this event.
And that's a total attraction. Nobody wants to tune into a game that you know is going to be a washout unless you wear that jersey and paint your face every week. But you know,
it's just, you know, we've covered so many tournaments in March, April, May, June. You go off the history of it, you got a pretty darn good idea what's going to happen. You do not in these. We didn't last week.
Well, what's the weirdest thing, Z, is that Derek Hudnell has 2 bass in his live well at 1:45 local time for the event. They got an hour and a half of fishing on the 3rd day. About to go into the final day of competition, he has 2 bass in his live well, and he's in 5th, less than 3 pounds out of the lead. You would never, what is the deal? Like, he's way out of the game any other time.
Nobody's counting him out now.
Absolutely.
Like, if he weighs in 2 fish today and is still within 4 or 5 pounds of the lead, that is like, he's going to think of what if he would have got a limit, but that's monument.
Right.
That's holy cow.
That is wild.
You never can catch 2 fish and be in the game.
Which goes right back to,
Actually, I had 2
somewhere in this tournament, execution is going to catch up with 1 or 2 or 3 of these guys. You looked at that big bite that he had up the river before he caught that big one on a jig. Eventually, one of those bites by the end of this is going to burn one of these guys, if not several of them.
Yeah, I'd say several.
That's all we need right now, Tommy, is Austin Felix to set the hook on a 6 or 7 pounder, and we will be all in on the offshore train going into tomorrow.
Sure, yeah. Oh, this one's just a bunch of guys trying to catch the leader. It's like a little rain shower possibly moving in on Carl there. He needs something to shake things up again. We're getting into 2.5 hours since the last bite.
And you
More
want
than 2.5.
We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow for the event, but we can almost know what's going to happen in Angler of the Year. If Clark Wendlandt does stay inside that top 10 and sneaks into the final day tomorrow, and let's just say a Corey Johnston who isn't on Bass Track reporting anything right now, whether that means he has 0 or he just hasn't entered them. If he does have 0, he's going to give up 20 points today, and he was already down by 50.
He lost 30 to the.
It could be 70.
Clark yesterday. Yeah.
It could be a 70-point lead going into Chickamauga.
Question on that, Ron.
Yikes.
Is it now? We've only had this happen at least once that I could remember. Could Clark feasibly put it away at Chickamauga?
You could, but I will say the fall means that you could zero. Like, it's a reality for somebody to zero. There was 8 guys who zeroed here, and if there's any that zeroed today or Chickamauga, it's not as easy necessarily. Not saying Clark's going to do that, but like, you're never out of it in the fall because of the opportunity on these big bass lakes to catch 25 plus or to not get a bite in a single day. And so I would assume he's going to catch fish, but yeah, if he gets minimum points, it's really hard when you get to that 70 to 80 point margin when there's only 85 guys fishing.
Right.
You catch a fish, your last place. If you got to catch a fish to get
like
the points,
12
you
or
get 16
15
points.
yeah.
15 or 16 points, I believe. First is 100 and 1 down for every spot.
Yep. So at minimum, Clark could gain 60 points the rest of the season if he finished last in the next 2 events. So you got to then do the math and see what, if that puts Corey Johnston needing too many than he can actually get. He might have to win both events.
He started today 52 ahead of Corey. We don't know what Corey's got, so I imagine he has fish.
Yeah, maybe.
And Clark has moved up 2 spots, 1 spot. So that's unofficial. I mean, Corey could be third for all we know. He could have 18, 19 pounds. Let alone David Mullins is off the board, too. His Bass Track is not reporting.
Yeah, and he had a tough day yesterday after being up in the top.
He had a big first day. I mentioned that the other day, Z, how many guys in our top 10 on the final day will not have a limit every day? And it looks like, I think there's only 1 today who got in there without a limit. And we may have more tomorrow, and that's Jeff Gustafson, who had 12-15 on day 1 with 4 fish, and then the big bag on day 2.
And you've got the guys who have had limits. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the guys who've had limits the first 2 days that are in their top 10 don't have one today.
First 5 guys who started today, Ronnie, don't have limits yet.
Yeah. I just wonder how many of these places Austin has offshore, if it's just 2, or if he could find another.
Does not look like a whole lot, Ron, because he really has not run around. We've seen him on a couple of different offshore areas. Besides that, he's been on a boat dock.
Mm-hmm. Well, Z, it's proven effective. Do you like his game plan going in? Do you think it was pretty calculated that I'll just be still steady Eddie?
I still think that the guys that can, that are around the meat locker are at an advantage here. I do. I don't know. Maybe it's because I want to see it.
See the big frog right. How about, I don't know what Bernie Schultz just caught, but he's up to 16 pounds at 5th place. His Bass Track just flashed green. He's entering totals, not individual fish. I mean, that is the second biggest bag of the day behind Destin DeMarion's 19 pounds.
Right. And did not see that coming with Bernie after we were with him on day 1. He went on a little flurry day 1 during our midday break where he caught about, 12 pounds. But, Bernie was one of the ones that was vocal coming in to the event that said, I'm not doing good. And has pieced it together throughout this tournament.
Yeah, 12-8 on day 1, 17-10. One of your finer bags yesterday. 16-ish today.
I got a 4.5. I've only got 3 though. How big was that other one you caught? Nice. You got 4? Okay. Yeah. That's probably what I got. One big bite would be nice. I just don't know whether just to keep doing this if you're not getting bit, you know. But you just know any flip it can happen. So you haven't fished the river section yet? Yeah. Yeah.
Austin Felix hooked up again.
Yeah.
Chill out. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I don't think he's gonna help me. But I'm probably gonna need to check now.
Got 2 1/4 in the boat.
Yeah, weigh it.
Unfortunately, I don't know.
Got that neon yellow. Float.
This is gonna be a huge pain in my ass, but roll up the sleeves. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Who knew culling was such an inconvenience when others can't catch a limit?
Yeah, right.
Oh, gosh, I gotta upgrade my weight.
Yeah, he's won the numbers game here.
2 pounds.
Oh, no doubt.
Some other folks filling limits. Brandon Lester from 33rd to 14th with 13 pounds.
Suit, you ever seen plaid on a tournament jersey before?
The Argyle jersey? No, I have a.
No.
He made
matches his socks.
A little. If people don't know him, he loves him some Harry Potter.
Oh boy!
I mean, he has the quotes of Harry Potter on his windshield and on his boat wrap places. I think different things he's got. I think he actually got a set of like those fishing pants, you know, the silkier type pants, in that Argyle pattern. I'm no kidding. I think he's got.
He can double and go golfing.
That's all right. We're getting somewhere with this guy.
Right? You know,
I'll have him wear them on there tomorrow if he makes the final day.
You gotta tell us stuff like this. Jake Whitaker riding a unicycle,
Oh, exactly.
this kind of stuff.
Ron, what are those quotes?
I don't know, because I read the first chapter of Harry Potter, of the first book, and was so kind of weirded out I didn't read the rest of anything ever and never watched them. Right. So I don't necessarily get it, and I'm not afraid to mention that to him.
Gryffindor.
We got more than I thought we did, buddy.
Yeah, you do.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't fool us, but.
Yeah.
16 and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's it say I got on Bass Trap?
Not 16 and a half.
Well, I got a little more than that. I still got 1 2.5 pounder though, that I need to get rid of.
So we know now from his scales, he's got 16 pounds. He's got 13-14 on Bass Track. Add 2 more pounds to it, he'll be at 48 and a half, 48 and a half, 48 and 3/4. He'll have himself a 1.5 pound lead.
Yeah.
Only good news is, I thought 16 would for sure get me to tomorrow. So, feeling pretty good about that. Ain't gonna have a dang thing.
And he said that this morning. He said he was going to try to burn down his areas if he needed to make it to final day. Now that he's at that weight that he thought that he for sure needed to make the final day, he doesn't know he's in the lead, but he might lay off or go look around or whatever, knowing he's got 16.
And our Santee expert Davey says that what he's catching him, how he's catching him right now is probably the most likely to reload if it's possible.
I'm not going to lie, though. I did not
It should
see...
be blowing. When we came, it was blowing like this. That bank should be protected.
You looked at guys like Palaniuk, Jocumsen, Gussie, Steve Kennedy. You never thought all 4 of them potentially would have left the door open today. You would have thought one of them was going to hit.
Yeah.
So his Bass Track, now that it's updated, Felix, he's got 14-13 on Bass Track, so he's just about a pound and a half low, which is a good sign.
And you could throw Hudnell in there he's got 2 giants, but the door has definite, which is great for our viewers and us going into tomorrow, but it's been left open by a bunch of our leaders.
I said it earlier, if Felix could cut his 7-pound deficit to 3.5 or something like that, he would feel great coming into tomorrow. But if he rolls up to weigh in and has a 2-pound lead or a 1.5 pound lead, he's going to be shocked. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studios, wanted to hit one more Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing hit for you guys, because the key thing this week for fantasy fishing, the ebbs and flows, the big bass, the big bags, the do-or-die nature of fall fishing, if you have one of the anglers that has the biggest bag of the event or the biggest bass of the event, you get some bonus points. 40 points added to your total at the end of Sunday when the records get final and the big bass for the event is finalized and the big bag is finalized. And if you have Jeff Gustafson or Carl Jocumsen, 2 guys who weren't highly picked because they're not necessarily guys that you would think would do well at Santee Cooper, for Gussie to catch that 9-7 big bass, the Phoenix Boats big bass of the event, he'll get 40 extra points to his total. The 25.5 pound bag, if that is not topped or surpassed today or tomorrow, Carl Jocumsen will get that bonus added to him. And so when you're looking at it, these guys could fall down and maybe finish 4th, 5th, 6th maybe in the event and still have the most points overall for fantasy fishing, which will be a big bonus to those people who picked him. Only 4.5%. I don't know Gussie's rate. I forgot off the top of my head, but I can't be more than 2 or 3% based on him being from Canada. But those 2 big things, big bass and big bag, are ones to watch when you're picking your team. And we went through the whole big bass of the year. Both these guys, their biggest bass this week has been big bass, has been on that board. So it's a big factor this week for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing.
You guys have really given this event the international feel for sure. Yeah. In addition, Austin Felix has now ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Slow, steady, wins the race, but he's been a lot faster numbers-wise than anyone else we've covered today. Austin Felix have taken a different pathway to get where they all want to get to, and that's the top by the end of tomorrow. But we got to find out who's fishing tomorrow, and we'll try to do that when we come back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is being brought to you live by Berkeley. The Bassmaster Elite Series at Santee Cooper Lakes, brought to you by the United States Marine Corps, is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats.
Shuffling and reshuffling that deck known as the top 10. Well, the final shuffle won't happen until we make all these weights official. That happens today at the weigh-in, 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. It's not that far away. Some of our anglers, depending on where they are, not going to have a whole lot of time to fish. Boy, as Bill, this tournament would be all about one big fish, maybe two big fish in the course of the day, changing the course of the arc of your tournament for sure. We have seen that happen. Brandon Palaniuk, Jeff Gustafson yesterday, the day two biggest fish, 9 pounds and 7 ounces. Of course, we'll get talking about making it all official, talk about a crazy tournament. Dave Mercer's getting ready to weigh them, and we can't wait for that moment, Dave. But man, oh man, we've asked everyone else. Let's ask you this: are you in favor, not in favor, of having one of these very different sort of fall transition period tournaments, one or two in the course of a season?
To be honest, I underestimated it. I actually, I was like, it'll just be tougher. I think it's our natural feeling as people covering the events, and you guys know better than anybody, that the feeling going in, if it's going to be tougher, if there's going to be less fish caught, it's going to make our job tougher. But really what this has done is it's just intensified the entire tournament, if you ask me. I mean, every single bite, every single missed opportunity, it all comes down to that. And I got two for you guys. I got 2 and 2. Chuck Woolery, remember the love connection? Everybody loves the love connection. Yeah. But there is 2 things, and they are both right around 2 pounds. You got to keep in mind, Brandon Palaniuk has incurred 2 pounds of 4 ounces in penalties in this tournament. And when you look at that leaderboard, that is really, really scary. We'll have to see how that works out. And then if you look at Gussie, who on Canadian Thanksgiving weekend went and caught the Thanksgiving turkey yesterday, and it is roughly 2 pounds bigger than the next biggest fish. So we're going to see how that swing is going to affect things. And literally, guys, we're going to have another championship Sunday where it's going to be right down to the person who rises on that day. Who is going to be our Frank the Tank this week? It's going to be exciting. I can't wait till weigh-in to find out who our 10 are.
Dave, we talked about this quite a bit at Gunnersville. And by the way, thank you for making a big rebound. Know you were feeling under the weather. It looks like you took a shot to the nose potentially during this event. Also, not going to say confirm or deny that was from Baby Height. Heard there was some stuff backstage. But did you ever think with these fall tournaments, we would see such a list of anglers we have never seen pretty much on the Bassmaster Elite Series? And here's yet another tournament that could change unofficially, it's going to change somebody's life potentially, like it did last week.
I think that's the most magical thing. First of all, I love talking to the Zonogram, but I think that is honestly the most important or coolest thing about the Elite Series right now. When you really think about it, I mean, what is more fun to cheer for than people whose lives change? And winning comes a lot, but there's nothing like firsts in everything. It doesn't matter whether it's your first kiss, your first date, or your first Bassmaster Elite Series win. There is something special for that, and you look at our cast of characters, and that's the coolest part about my job right now. I mean, honestly, I've done this for over a decade, guys. I've been lucky to work with you guys. I've been lucky to experience so much stuff. But it's kind of like the gift that keeps on giving, just because of so many stories. When you see, Patrick Walters leave the dock, and you see his parents just over his shoulder, and that kind of support. I mean, that's a Hallmark novel, and there's not a person on the earth that doesn't want to cheer for that kind of story. So yeah, it's amazing. It's a cool time in our sport, and here's my advice: enjoy it. because this is, when you look at the 50-plus year history of this sport, man, these moments come along very, very rarely, and usually it's a small pocket of anglers. You know what I mean? You can think of classes similar to quarterback classes. Well, we got the biggest, most stacked class here, and watching their lives change week after week is amazing, but also heartbreaking when it goes the wrong way too. But it's really, really cool to be a part of.
Despite all the difficulty, despite the inability of anyone to really put together a giant bag one day to the next. I mean, the fact that I keep repeating this stat that Ronnie brought up, that 8 of our top 25, a third of our biggest fish of the year, have come from this tournament, from Santee Cooper. It's just phenomenal. We're in a one-of-a-kind place here, and I hope everyone's realizing that, because we don't go any place quite like this.
No, and if you don't realize how good this place is, every angler's talking about how tough it is. When you take that stat, plant that stat in your brain, and when you really think about it, this is the tough time around. Could you imagine? I mean, I'm not to be the last guy in 2020 that says, man, it would have been cool if this had gone the way we had planned, but could you have imagined what the weights would have been like in the spring? And I can't wait to give it another shot down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead, Zeke.
Dave, one question that I did ask Davey, because this is the biggest dart throw of the entire weekend. I asked Davey, give us a winner. Give us a winner. And it took Davey about 30 seconds. And it was, usually Davey's just being kind and doesn't like to pick somebody, but you could tell he struggled. Give us Dave Mercer's pick. Not from your heart, but who you really think will win this.
Oh, you screwed it all up at the end there. It's tough to beat Palaniuk. Honestly, when you look at what the battle is here, I mean, I want to say Gussie and Brandon, I'm sorry, but I mean, what better way to have a Canadian champion on Canadian Thanksgiving? And yes, that is a real thing, America. It's the exact same, except earlier. But you can't bet against Brandon. I mean, he has always been one of those guys that takes risks, but he's also been one of those guys that once he gets a hold of something, he doesn't like to let it go, and it's going to be really tough to beat Palaniuk tomorrow. I mean, anything can happen. We learned that last week, but I'm going Palaniuk with my mind and Gussie with my heart.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dave, so much. Good stuff. I know you're really busy. Time when everybody's getting tuned up for the weigh-in. It will be a good one today. Again, coming your way at 3:20 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. We appreciate Dave Mercer being with us today and offering so much to this 5-6 hours of coverage that we bring you on Bassmaster Live, and it has been a wild one today. Not wild in terms of constant setting the hook on fish, but in terms of just the changes, the people in and out of the top 10.
These guys need number 5.
Take a look at some of the fish that we have seen today. Jeff Gustafson coming off really the second biggest bag of the tournament on day number 2. Coming out here, getting the keeper in the boat fairly early in the day. It would turn out to be a really, really slow day of waiting for Jeff Gustafson, even now. Sitting there
exactly right, really. Jeff Gustafson coming out swinging early, and I thought, oh, here we go. There's going to be another big stringer coming out of Jack's Creek. Not the case. From there, we're going to get back up, Marion, with Derek Hudnell also starting off early. Tommy Sanders catching a big one on his spinning rod, throwing a Missile Baits 48. And I thought, boy, here we go. This is going to be a giant stringer. Derek Hudnell catching a good one early. The numbers weren't there, but boy, he's going to have a great 2-fish average at the weigh-in today.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt of quality above all.
Right there.
Numbers can wait.
Number 1.
Solid quality. That's Derek Hudnell to a T. Maybe if he's on schedule, he'll get one right before he has to come back to the weigh-in. So
exactly
see how
right.
that works out.
Missed one right there about 10 minutes after. Caught this giant on a jig.
Oh my God, this is a giant. Stay hooked up, baby, stay hooked up. Give me your mouth.
It's like fish like
How about
that are
that
going
one?
to keep Derek Hudnell
How about that one for
some
number
way,
2?
shape, or form in this with only 2 bass in his live well.
Brandon Palaniuk. Dave Mercer said it. Boy, this guy is hard to hold back. He is a born winner, and he will be tough to deal with tomorrow, come what may.
Lost a good one there, and Dave Mercer, he did nail one thing though, man. Not to be the BZK. We got to see this flurry right here with Brandon Palaniuk, and they weren't big ones. Little 1.5 to 2 pound fish, but that day 1 2-pound penalty could prove enormous today in tomorrow's weigh-in.
No question. Absolutely true.
Oh, he's not that big, guys. He'll keep though. He'll keep just barely
Flurry
up.
here with only a couple of fish that got off. Really
genius.
A good
Yeah,
position
he's barely
early
hooked and
on
I try to
today.
swing him.
Where you go beyond that, it's been about as slow for Brandon as for anyone else if he can get this one.
Get in here. Nothing like catching him on a cypress tree with 1.25 ounce weight.
So he has been going with 4 fish ever since that one. Back right around noon, but this one he just caught. He's got his limit now. This just came in.
That
Carl
puts him up to
Jocumsen.
8 pounds and change for his limit. Second place, ½ pound back.
All right.
Another angler we've been with all day long, Carl Jocumsen. And here's the amazing thing, his execution has almost been flawless today. The problem is catching a big one right here. The one thing we didn't see today, Tommy Sanders, 1 or 2 of those early morning bladed jig fish over by Utah Springs. He did not leave there with a keeper today, but Carl still has a little time to catch one more like that to stay in the hunt.
Well, he said, I've got to have 2 more like that, but I think at this point, this late in the game,
absolutely.
Boy, if he could get one 5-pounder, 4-pounder in the boat right now, he'd be really, really happy. So Carl Jocumsen really sort of having some better results today, but still falling a little short of his expectations. Who knows what the expectations were that Austin Felix had for himself. He did operate with confidence all 3 days so far and seemed to make the right moves today, Z.
Yeah, and to sit there and, yes, sir. How about it, Tommy Sanders? I really did not see this coming with Austin Felix. Had a great day 1, but a lot of his meat came off of isolated individual boat docks, and that bite never showed up on day 2. But here's what did show up on day 3.
Mercer.
A way better average. And if that average holds out tomorrow, Austin Felix will be a big issue on Championship Sunday. We saw one boat dock fish, but trust me, that fish is not going to be at the weigh-in today. After our midday break, Austin Felix really, his average just got better and better. And fair to say, this is probably the best average size stringer that we've seen all week without a Santee Cooper Giant.
Yeah, absolutely. There you see Felix on top and Brandon Palaniuk on the strength of that. Finally, the 5th fish coming in there, just right behind Austin Felix. You'd call that a statistical tie because those are unofficial numbers right there. Carl Jocumsen, hats off to Carl for hanging on there. Destin DeMarion, we had a chance to visit with him. We didn't have full coverage of him today crediting Z a really small change with making a big difference in his catch today, which is huge, 19 pounds.
You know, I think he's one of those anglers that was benefited by the weather, making small adjustments, color of his bladed jig, and just covering a lot of water, you know, up the lake, and fishing around the Low Falls area. But we knew that this weather was going to help somebody out today. We thought that might be Steve Kennedy. It was Destin DeMarion by far.
Jumping up from 21st place, 11 pounds, 15 ounces out of the lead. He's like within, he cut 10 of that away. He's got 3 of the biggest fish today on the Phoenix Boats Big Bass Top 10.
That's awesome.
We just saw Brandon Palaniuk catch his limit, move into 2nd, just less than a pound away.
Your buddy.
Jake Whitaker just moved to 10th. right there at that cut line, just ounces. It's 7-12 behind the leader in 9th, and it's only 8.5 from the leader in 12th. So there's 3 or 4 guys right at the top 10 that are going to be ones to watch.
The lead and the cut line is really hard to call.
Starting spot.
And I would
really, I've tried throwing swimming worm and chatterbait, spinnerbait in the wind. I can't get bites doing that. And yesterday was cloudy, and they're still bit punching. And it's cloudy now. We just haven't quite got the heat. I just think it's been so beat up. I've tried fishing some new water. We've covered some ground. I've moved. I've done what I can. Literally, we've still got time. I'm one flip. One flip off leading it. That's what's so crazy about this place. I'm keeping my head down. It's a little bit late to make too many crazy adjustments. I know that if I just hit the right stretch right now, 1-2 can happen real quick. Just the clouds and the wind have hurt the punch bite, cloud, wind and pressure, but they're still under there.
Well, you could tell he knows the math of what he needs to hang in the game right now. I mean, he's spot on what you just said.
Surprising to you, Z, that he has been absolutely locked into this for 80% of the day. I mean, not even the notion of going and doing anything else.
I think it's all he. I think it's all he has. I think that's one of the. Besides, obviously, he knows that he's caught a big stringer. But there were a lot of big stringers caught out of here yesterday. The other thing that I think you're seeing in this tournament with the lack of experience coming to these lakes this time of year,
between 2 and 3 o'clock.
What you're seeing is what these guys got because they just don't have a ton of experience in the fall on this body of water.
There is a significant weight gap from the top 7 to 8th. So 1st to 7 is roughly 4 pounds.
Yeah, right.
And from 7th to 8th is another 3 pounds. And then it's going to be, to get 3 more pounds, you're going to have to go all the way down to 20th place. So from 7th to 20th is 3 pounds, or from 8th to 20th is 3 pounds, and from 7th to 8th is 3 pounds.
I don't see any number on this top 10 that can't be wiped out and
with
so
one
quickly
fish
tomorrow.
Yeah,
I cannot pick. There's no way I could pick a favorite tomorrow.
And Tommy, about that, what really makes this tournament unique is, we say in a lot of these lakes, these big bass factories, there's a 20 to 30 pound stringer out there. Hey, you know what? There is tomorrow. There is a 20 to 30 pound stringer that somebody that we're not looking at could catch.
Mm-hmm. Dave Mercer commented on what a really interesting top 10 we've got just at that moment in time, at this moment in time. Yeah, it is. We've got Canada represented here. We've got Australia represented. We got two anglers in the top 10 now who each have had 3 decades of experience fishing at the top level of the sport, and we got a rookie in the lead. Man, that's some good diversity right there.
You got some mystery, too. We don't know what Corey Johnston or David Mullins have done either.
Exactly.
They were right there.
And who knows what the top 10 is going to be at the end of the weigh-in.
Wendlandt can get his 5th keeper. That would help a bunch. Whitaker's normally 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds low, it seems. He's been a low on his big bass each week, or each day, so 3.5 pounder for his big bass. If he is a pound low there, that top 10 could get much tighter weight-wise to the leader.
And Bernie Schultz, man, what a week for him. A second only to Rick Clunn in seniority on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Man, he is.
Hey, we kind of knew what we were doing, putting him on camera day one, even though it wasn't his best. He was figuring it out. He ended up having an okay day.
We'll take credit for it.
Yeah,
anyway.
Exactly. We did that with Wes Logan last week. He was on camera day 1.
That's right.
Dropped off camera day 2, and then day 3 was back on, and day 4.
We also kind of don't know what we're doing a lot too, Rod.
Yeah. our fishing time just about up. The anglers will fish on for a few more minutes now. Oh, there he's
a little
saying,
long line in that Santee.
I was told he was saying, look who I've seen here for the first time.
I didn't see you here in practice, Tommy.
Guess who wasn't here last week?
Boy, it is going to be wide open on Championship Sunday, guys. This is going to be one to remember tomorrow.
Hey, pick your favorite because he's got a chance. There is absolutely no one that is a prohibited favorite for tomorrow. We got Bassmaster Live for you starting same time, 7:30 a.m. for 6 hours tomorrow. The weigh-in coming up today at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will see you there.